Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I am David Sponheim, and this is an amazing day. Wasteful Wednesday is a day that we celebrate in the waste that is around us and what we can do to stop it. Yeah. We're talking about radiation, radioactive waste. We're talking about Fukushima. We're also talking about the waste that our restaurants produce and our stores, box stores produce. 50% of that food is thrown in the garbage without any composting. So we want to encourage a national composting plan. We want to talk about legalization of marijuana, which to me is the best solution we could possibly come up with for our economy and for our health. I can't believe that it's been illegal all these years when it clearly provides medicinal help to people that need it. People with Parkinson's, people with epilepsy, even autistic children are benefiting from a derivative of cannabis. From hemp, they create a CBD oil, and they give it to kids who have neurological disorders. So that is a positive thing. And all of those bring me to the point where we actually have to promote the legalization campaign because Donald Trump and Jeff Sessions are clearly against it. Now, Jeff Sessions should have been charged with a crime of perjury, but the Senate has proven to be toothless and unable to do anything. And I think that we should probably be considering our political options. If you want to stop corruption in government, America's Third Party is your way to go for 2020. The 100 senators going to the White House today and being told war is imminent. Rex 360 says that the government is planning a war, and they're going to make you accept it or else. Now, there's no precedent for this war. There's no need for it. It's all completely ridiculous. Everything that Donald Trump is doing is utterly absurd. He's using war to deflect from his Russian involvement. 3 years prior to the election, he was in touch with intelligence, Russian intelligence. It's just crazy. Okay, Army veteran boyfriend filmed themselves. What? Army veteran and boyfriend filmed themselves tying service dog to tree and shooting it 5 times. That would be a waste of my time to even give them airtime. Animal cruelty is not even something we would discuss tonight. Thanks, Steve. I appreciate it. He's going to vote for me. Would you maintain that smoking marijuana is healthier and more beneficial than not smoking at all? I'm not going to make that call. You personally can make that call once I legalize it. I'm in no way going to respond to hatred tonight. People who are accusing me of things that it's not appropriate to do that. So we will purge and mute you. Anybody who says things that are derogatory, defamatory, slanderous will be muted or purged. Okay, so let's take a look here, Sergey. So senators are getting a North Korean briefing in an unusual White House visit. This is Donald Trump trying to corral the Senate so that they don't move against him on the Russian thing. So Donald Trump is using war to deflect anyone accusing him of Russian entanglements. This is a classic move by Trump. Shows his desperation. And the nature of his move is putting all of us at risk. The Team Trump plan to squeeze North Korea is not going to work. It's doomed to failure because North Korea can't be squeezed. All right? Anybody who looks at this from a logical perspective, and I'm sure they've run this through JADE 2.0, the artificial intelligence military system, everything points to increased conflagration with other countries and eventually World War III. Thank you. I appreciate that. Fool Wise is very kind to say these nice things about me. Appreciate it, man. I never kissed a man friend. That's just absurd. Everybody who comes in here with this crap, derogatory crap, will be burned, banned, muted. Did I say burned? I'm sorry. I didn't mean burned. You'll be cauterized from the chat room. It's more like annihilated from the chat room. Okay, we will do a lot of that trimming and cutting. If you see me do that, I'm not taking away your freedom of speech, mind you. I'm stopping slander. Many people don't understand what that is. Democrats leaving meetings said war won't happen because of Wall Street. Donald Trump is grasping at straws to try to divert your attention from his Russian involvement. It's obvious. There's no way to correct this except to indict Donald Trump on bribery charges for receiving a bribe from Betsy DeVos of $9.5 million to become Secretary of Education. That's a classic. That's guaranteed. Bribery charges will land him in the civil court, possibly in criminal court. We will also be looking at racketeering, crimes, working with other conspirators to take our country down with Russia's help. This is going to be a full-blown attack on not only the Trump administration, but the Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton administration, as well as the Obama administration. So what this third party really is a virtual clean sweep of the corruption in our country and a brand new start. That's what I'm envisioning for 2020, and I believe with your help, we can make it happen. I'm probably the only person who can pull this off because I've got the bravery and the intelligence to do this. I'm willing to take a bullet for this nation because we are that much at risk. And some of you stupid idiots who come in here, who try to shut our show down with trolling behavior, you can get in line because there's a lot of people that can't shut us down. Okay, we keep coming back. We can't stop. And we won't stop. A 3-foot bunny dies. Wow. Giant rabbit is found dead after United flight. So this amazing rabbit that nobody could think, how did this thing even exist, is sucking up my CPU power. And I don't think it's worth the time to feature a rabbit, but thank you. You know, I don't need to get tested for STDs because I don't have profligate, lascivious sex. You can look those words up if you're having a problem. No, this is my real hair. Yeah, some of you really have this, I think, it's almost like you're becoming gay. Are you eating a lot of soy products, GMO soy products? Because that will do it. It'll add esters to your body and you'll constantly be thinking of your own sex. Nope, not at all. No mud in the nose. Boy, some people really are becoming retarded. It's crazy. They're lowering their IQ just by you're drinking fluoride, which, by the way, is a waste product. Fluoride is a waste product that can be derived from the making of aluminum. So whenever they want to clean the smokestacks on the aluminum factory, they just drain it into a bucket and then send it over to the water treatment plant, and then you drink it in the form of tap water or beer or orange juice that's mixed from a concentrate. Yeah, you're just all sucking in fluoride so much that you're probably pissing fluoride. And glyphosate too. That's the stuff that's in Roundup. We're going to make this work. You know, me standing out in front of a bunch of doofuses who have revolvers pointed at my head is not going to make, you know, a third party happen. It's not going to stop corruption either. So, again, you're going to be removed from the show because you are the bad guy. Thank you. I don't really take bad questions, so you're going to have to improve the question quality before I can continue. Now, tonight we learned that Blog Talk Radio, our show, which I was trying to revive, will not be a thing that won't happen. They have, I think, personally, changed their rules because I went back onto the network and started doing well. And they're claiming all kinds of things. They're claiming that I have too much in storage because I did Blog Talk Radio for 2 years. And they won't let me do a free show for 30 minutes. They won't let anybody do a free show if they've already got archive footage. So I've got a couple options. We've got TalkShoe, an account at TalkShoe. I could bring that back. I'll work on that tonight. But we won't be doing a radio show tonight. But we are taking calls in the evening. 707-YOUR-ATP is our phone-in call-in number. 707-YOUR-ATP. That's a Google call-in number that works just as well. No mud in the nose. Thank you. 12 reasons to not use Blog Talk Radio, School of Podcasting. A guy used a podcast as a business card to get his foot in the door and became a college professor. Okay. School of Broadcasting. Wow. At one point, Blog Talk Radio was horrible. Their audio defined bad audio. Okay. But Blog Talk Radio is the best sounding now. Easiest to use system for call-in shows. They're morphing into more and more difficult requirements to do a free show. It's just ridiculous. So we're going to pass on that one. We're going to get another show going somewhere else. How come you don't have a bug-out boat instead of a bug-out car? Good question, 259. I think a lot about that. Believe it or not, there is no bug-out boat the way I would build it. And I've been looking all over the internet trying to find an older boat that I could turn into a bug-out boat. And hasn't happened. Here's a transparent fish. It'll blow your mind. Brought to you by Shiba Sand. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? Life forms. How would you like to be that fish? Pretty difficult to see it. Wow, it's long too. Look at that. Wow, it's what a long fish. That's an amazing fish, I must say. There's more of them. Hey guys, let's play. We're all invisible. Will you look at that? It's located in Taiwan, in case you want to find this fish. You can imagine having it for dinner. It's like, here's your meal, and it just arrives at your table completely empty. What is it? Well, it's transparent fish. I'm not getting old and gray. I'm looking good, man. I've gotten younger. In fact, I'm teaching a course. That's one of the reasons why I wanted the Blog Talk Radio show. I'm teaching a course on how to stay young. Age reversal therapy, it's called, ART for short. And I'm going to make it an online event. It includes meditation and a variety of other things that I do. No, I don't mind banning people that mute me. Like I said, I'll do that if necessary. But I will unban all right now, just as a show of good faith. There you go. See? I'm not holding any grudges here. Thank you so much for your support. And I have starved myself today, it's true. I found out one of my techniques of staying young is the less you eat, the longer you live. So I've been eating less, 50% less. The only thing I've had today is a banana and a scoop of ice cream and a half a piece of ham. That's it. I had a protein bar in my pocket, but I haven't gotten to it yet. I know, Rex, that was my joke, but you got it too. Rex at UK says, David has 105 million viewers. That's an underestimation. Yeah, that's true. Nope, no dark circles under my eyes. What you're experiencing is a visual... your eyes are becoming worse because of the fluoride in your head. You're seeing things. We don't talk about other people in the show, especially people that try to steal my ideas. Thank you. Yeah, well, no, the bottom line is if you cut your intake in half, you'll live twice as long. Got a backup battery system right here. I got it at Best Buy. As you know, we're getting a new computer, and somebody said, Dave, when we had our last situation, said, David, you need to get a backup system. And sure enough, I got a backup system. APC makes a really good one. And they had backup systems that were even more expensive at Costco. One of them lasted 4 hours. This lasts 40 minutes when the electricity goes down. So I'm not going to take any chances with the new computer because I have a feeling the brownout that I had 3 brownouts in a row from this stupid Canadian electric company that I'm living around. Yeah, America doesn't even own their own electricity. That's the reality. It's run out of the Puget Sound Energy companies out of Canada. Hey, you're watching from New Jersey. Hey, you doing? Now, while you sit and worry about World War III, Kim Jong-un is enjoying a big meal. Yeah, he likes meals that have a variety in them. So I'm not sure one of those things looks like a turd, but it's good that the people of North Korea are suffering so that he can live in luxury and lavish luxury, don't you think? Donald's working on starting World War III every day just to keep your mind off of his Russian connection because he's so far up Russia's ass, it's insane. Donald Trump was in touch with Russia 3 years before the election. He's been making money and keeping his business afloat for 10 years. That's why he won't show his tax returns for the past 10 years. He is literally siphoning money off of the government right now as we speak. 2 floors in his hotel that he insists Melania stay in with Barron costs this government $169,000 per floor per month. So he doesn't need $400,000 a year salary. He makes $400,000 a month just renting those out, and Mar-a-Lago golfing passes for all his Secret Service members. Pretty insane. And you guys put him in the White House, so you can blame yourself for being a Trump tard. I was talking earlier about how Justin Trudeau is trying to put together a plan in Canada where if you get caught driving and smoking or having marijuana in your system of any sort, you'll get 10 years in prison. I just don't think Justin Trudeau's what you think he is. I think he's an Illuminati puppet now doing the implementation of a Gestapo FEMA camp state in Canada. You can like money all you want, but it doesn't. I don't think I can explain to you how serious it is at the top. The people that have all the money in the world, they see you as a waste of space, no matter who you are. I don't care if you're Donald Trump, that he's a waste of space in their eyes. They have trillions of dollars. Some states wanted to legalize it, and some states haven't because some states don't want what they think is a criminal element that comes with marijuana. I don't think there is. But Donald Trump essentially is illiterate. He can't read, according to the Saturday Night Live staff that worked with him 1 year. He's made flagrant statements, racist statements on camera at the Celebrity Apprentice. According to Tom Arnold, that video exists of him racially slurring everybody on Earth and bragging about seeing teenage girls in a beauty pageant that he runs, naked. So all this stuff is still lingering in our minds with this guy who's now taking us into war. So if you don't feel like a complete moron, an idiot by now being a Trump tard, then wake up. Because you are basically the reason why we have a problem in the White House right now. My theory is cutting your increase will extend your life. So yes, the inverse of that is true. The more you eat, the less you'll live. The less lifespan you'll have a shorter lifespan. Yep. It's true. Many people are dying young ages. Heart disease is common among 15, 16-year-old kids now. Well, $1,200 is not a cheap Dell. We just picked up a Dell for $699 that doesn't have the 32 gigs, but we've got the 16 gigs that we need to do the show. i7 6th generation. So 4808, I think you should look around on eBay or something. We just got a really good one for $699 with 2 terabytes and a 4 gigabyte video RAM capacity on a NVIDIA drive, which is fast. We need this. We need a new computer for the show, so we're upgrading. This guy died live on air. He was singing. Now, this man is one of the most famous reciters in Indonesia, reciting verses from the King's Surat. Appears to have been struck by a seemingly sudden health disorder. Has not been able to complete the recitation and was removed by the medical team on a stretcher. Wow. Those were literally his last words. Wow. He died live on the air, folks. This is so sad.
Yeah.
The people of Indonesia must be in grief right now. Yeah. What was the meaning of the last verse he said? Was it a satanic verse of Salman Rushdie? Low energy? I hope he was saying some positive things to pass on to his future in the afterlife. Now, it's a very negative thing to state, 447. You're obviously a racist. He was saying his heart really hurt. You ever wanted to blow your nose and just couldn't? Well, I'm in one of those situations. So I'll play you some music, some new music I created. And I'll give you a little image show here. Hybrid capitalist solutions we'll be talking about tonight. The government has given MRAPs to all the cities in the country, and we are about to start a war. Yeah. I'll be right back.
Man who blows my mind, but you give me all I need to be satisfied. 'Cause of you, I will try to keep my appetite for free life.
Wow. I have an overwhelming smell of popcorn in the house. I don't know what the heck that was. Okay, you are watching America's Third Party. Thank you so much. It's not in any way gay. I don't have a problem with your gayness, but in no way do I want you to think that this is a gay show. All right? You're having a problem identifying with your own sexuality. That's why you're deflecting and projecting onto us. Could it be Popcorn? I don't know. She may have made some popcorn. It smells like it. Imperator Trump, you've been banned. Yeah, suggesting you want to run over people who are BLM never hurt anybody. Yeah, you're out of here. Could it be popcorn? All right, so we are obviously dealing with some pretty tough subjects tonight. War. White House unveils a dramatic plan to overhaul the tax code, giving rich people more tax breaks than ever before. Nothing new from the Trumpster. He's going to continue all the tax credits, too, that are already on the books. So he's not really a reformer at all. He's just a suck-ass who basically does whatever corporate America tells him to do. Well, of course, you did vote for corporate America, didn't you? So you're going to get what you deserve shoved right up the you-know-what from corporate America. So good luck. Enjoy. I'm completely untethered. I separated from the corporate world. I never was part of the corporate world. I said, I'm going to do this the right way. I'm going to get all my bills paid off. I'm going to get out of debt. And I'm going to pretty much retire at a young age, which I did do. I retired at the age of 50. So I urge everybody to do something like that. You even have plans to live off the grid? Go for it. Some guy said he was normally just lives in the woods. He came into town to catch our show. I thought that was kind of cool. But you could live out in the middle of nowhere. This could be your house. Seriously. It's not a bad move, I think. If you want to do that, you'd have a problem. You could get the internet through HughesNet. But think of what a wonderful life you'd have. Yeah. Your spot right there in the woods. I actually was looking at some property in Missoula, Montana about 2 years ago that looked just like this for $28,000 right near a river. 28 grand for a place in the middle of nowhere, 2 acres. It was actually pretty close to Missoula. You could actually drive to town. So things like this are possible. If you want to live off the grid and you want to have a tiny house, for instance, you can actually even do a container house. You can get containers, 40-foot containers for anywhere from $2,000 to $4,000, truck containers, and make a container home. You've already got the structural integrity. It's already pre-built. A lot of people are doing that. It's even cheaper than a tiny house, believe it or not. You could get a van, live down by the beach or something. I was doing the show earlier from a remote location because we didn't have any internet, and I sat in a parking lot right next to a car that had everything you needed in a van to live. And you could buy a decent van, gets about 28 miles per gallon, for as low as $2,000. And you really could live in the van down by the river eating government cheese, even though they don't have a government cheese program anymore. New computers could delete thoughts about your knowledge, experts warn. Yeah, especially if you have chips in your head. New human rights laws are required to protect sensitive information in a person's mind from unauthorized collection and storage, use, or even deletion. So, with the advent of this transhumanism that's being forced on us by the Illuminati, people are wondering, will we have even a privacy of our own thoughts eventually? Are we going to let this sick world manifest and just sit here on our hands and do nothing while they continue to manipulate our thought process? Thou canst not touch the freedom of my mind, wrote the playwright John Milton in 1634. But nearly 400 years later, technological advances in machines that can read our thoughts mean the privacy of our brain is under threat. Now, two biomedical ethicists are calling for the creation of a new human rights law to ensure people are protected, including the right to cognitive liberty and the right to mental integrity. Hey, I'm all for that. Scientists have already developed devices capable of telling whether people are politically right-wing or left-wing. That's hilarious. I'm so tired of these people that claim the technology is doing this and that and the other thing without any proof. I need to see that study up close and personal to believe it. They're just bragging. They're acting like we're all going to just jump all over this RFID chipping. I'm a wingman. Yeah. Dave, what do you make of this? Energy drinks dangerous caffeine options. They're dangerous. Caffeine is potentially dangerous to drink in excess. Well, let's be clear. You see how slow the computer is. It's ridiculous. Other caffeine-laden options and raise blood pressure in just 2 hours. Yeah, there you go. So drinking some monster drink or some super drink is going to raise your blood pressure, and instantly the sugar in it will do it. Drinks contain 108 grams of sugar, roughly 27 teaspoons, and 320 milligrams of caffeine. Don't drink these things. The young people are drinking these energy drinks, and they're very bad for you. You want a cheap source of caffeine, just drink a cup of coffee. All right? You have been banned. I'll mute you instead. Wow. Finding me ugly, that's funny. I'm a good-looking guy. I don't mean to brag, but, you know. And I'm 57 years old. You find a lot of people looking like I do at 57. I am not a robot. You keep saying I am a robot. That is incorrect. Clearly, I talk like a human. My voice smoothing technology makes it seamless and normal. Well, I guess to some people I'm not good looking, but does it really matter? You know, in the end, it doesn't matter, because when you make it to the pearly gates, St. Peter doesn't say, "You look like shit." David, Sarah looked like she was done with all this earlier. What are you saying? I am real. I am not a wink. I don't look 14, I realize that, so I'm definitely dealing with reality. Wikipedia's boss is crusading against fake news and media manipulation. Oh yeah, right. He is fake news and media manipulation. Yet he's altered his own online entry to delete his pornographic past. There you go. The Wiki hypocrite. The guy that... Wiki, I don't trust Wiki anymore. And certainly don't trust WikiLeaks because it's run by the government. But we do trust the information on Pizzagate because they didn't know enough to filter words like pizza, cheese pizza. But they did filter the word Benghazi from every single email in Hillary's 30,000 emails. There wasn't one email that mentioned the word Benghazi. Do you find that a little strange? I do. Yeah, here's Wiki the hypocrite. Is that like Twinkie? One of the Teletubbies could be Wiki, Tweaky. What a Wiki hypocrite this guy is. Wikipedia's boss is crusading against fake news and media manipulation, right? He's even said the Daily Mail was not even an official site, which is ridiculous. Of course it is. Yet he altered his own online entry to delete his pornographic past. The BBC rolled out his proverbial red carpet this week to give Jimmy Wales, co-founder of the website Wikipedia, a high-profile platform to promote his latest pet project. In reverent tones more appropriate for an encounter with the Pope, the American entrepreneur was interviewed on Radio 4's Today's program about a new media service to tackle fake news. What a total suck-up and government shill he is. This guy ought to be ashamed of himself. More news the better, fake or not. You decide. So-called fake news is increasingly widespread bullshit. How this will be achieved was left vague. Wales merely suggested the site's agenda. Vulgar. He aims to pay for reporters by raising money from a crowdfunding campaign. Again, another suck-up. Flagrant. Okay. Where are we getting the pornographic past? Well, that certainly was a wonderful article. Oh, jeez. That was pathetic. And that was a Daily Mail article. I just, sorry, I can't even go there. Let's go back to the chat. You guys have more important things to say than the crap I just read. I mean, I do think at a certain point you've made enough money. Well, that's not the case with rich people. They literally, they secured their power. They can print money if they want. He was a big porno star. Well, give me some information here. That didn't give me anything. Oh yeah, the government's pimping out Mar-a-Lago. I understand that the State Department is now putting an ad for the Mar-a-Lago resort and urging people to come on in. Donald Trump is using state funds to promote his private organization. A complete and utter gross conflict of interest. Wow. They're using federal resources to promote Trump's Mar-a-Lago golf resort. Yeah. He spent about a quarter of his time at Mar-a-Lago. He doesn't really work much. No family, says David. Are you a kind-hearted man who really will get America back on its feet? I'll support you 100%. Yes, I am. I really want to make this country better. And I don't think I can do it just talking to you every night on the show. Like I said, Templar, and again, you're the same person. You don't understand anything in the middle of any subject. You're constantly shifting to the extremes. No, we're getting Windows 10 on the new computer. Yeah, anyone can stay at Trump's resort where he stays. Well, if you have the funding, yeah, you could stay there. Which is a huge security risk for a lot of the Secret Service agents. No, I'll tell you, I really believe that this country needs an honest person like me to run for office. That's why I'm running every year. There's no reason why you've been stuck with people who are materialistic and greedy and willing to sell their soul for a cheap, trip to the Philippines or something. I don't know. They give people perks when they're congressmen. I'm not that way. I'm not in any way empowered by money. In fact, I detest the idea of materialism. I've grown to dislike excess. Now, when I think about the millions, trillions of dollars that the Rothschild family has, and all the other really rich families in the world, they don't need money and they never will. So what do they need? And if you were a person who had absolutely no concern for money, what would you want? Put yourself in their mind for just a minute and figure out where they're coming from. They want you gone. Okay, that's what they want. They want 90% of the world dead. Gone. You take up space. You're the wasteful people. You're the people that are useless eaters in their eyes. They want you dead. That's what they want. And they also want immortality. So they got together and decided they'd create a secret society, and you can call it whatever, the Illuminati, if you will. And they said, well, what can we do to make ourselves immortal and get rid of 90% of the population? The answer is dump chemicals on all the poor, stupid, useless eaters' heads in the form of chemtrails. Put fluoride in their water so they're so stupid they don't even know what's happening. Yep. And initiate a program at the CDC to create more and more virulent viruses that could take out and create a pandemic and kill off people. Okay. And then, if they want immortality, they've been told by this woman, Abramovich, the spirit cooking lady, that you can live eternally if you drink blood, semen, urine, and specifically children's blood. Yeah. That's just so sick, I can't even tell you. But this is what the elites, not all of them, but this is what the mindset of the elites have gone to. Satanism, blood-drinking rituals, organ transplants from anybody they can find that they could, buy a kidney. They'll do whatever it takes to live a long life at anybody's expense. So this is the scourge of evil that we are dealing with in the world. All I can tell you is it's sick to think that you can drink blood of children and live a long life. I can tell you 50 ways in which you can live a long life without doing that. And in fact, I'm working on a plan to do just that. Now, the story about Trump 10 years ago when, Barron was born, he made a statement that nobody wants to hear and nobody wants to even know about. But the story has gotten a lot of virality on the internet, and it's a story that's almost unbelievable. Unbelievable, yeah. Let's see if I can bring it into the show here. It's hanging. But we're having serious bog downs in our program opportunity here, so not sure why, but this computer is running at 96% all the time now. We believe it was either a combination of factors, a malware attack, damage to one of the memory units. We're not sure. Okay, that's taking time to open up. The web page is slowing down. Okay, I'm going to restart. Yeah. Yes, they processed the computer order. Toys R Us guns used in North Korea. Wow. Okay. Systems down. Here we go. You make sure all operations related to okay. Okay. Yeah, we're actively running Malwarebyte on our show now. We had 3,000 malware attacks in our computer when it was completely shut down, and we're not really sure why we got so many so fast. So we may have been attacked. That's why the computer has been labored. But anyway, I'm bringing that up and running. Hopefully I'll get back up in the show. Restore session. There it is. Okay. This is a story that's really kind of disturbing. Melania never wanted this, according to the report. Everyone's worried about Melania. Even experts in body language have said that she looks like an abused or battered woman. Believe me, if this guy's capable of starting a war to deflect his connection to the Russians, just so you don't look at that, he's willing to do anything. I can't do a system restore. That's the problem with this computer. We bought it used, and it had a system restore fault in it. Hey, thanks, Guest393, for telling me about that. Lots of viewers around the world. Yeah. Okay, Explora says, David, my cousin just texted me someone in Belarus is attempting to scramble the UHF simulcast to much of Europe tonight. So if you're barely getting us through the show on UHF, you may want to consider just getting an internet connection. Although that's probably not a lot of people don't have internet connections around the world. Well, personally, I feel sorry for Melania. Okay? I really think she's a wonderful person. She's born April 26, 1970. This is her birthday. Okay, happy birthday, Melania. Yeah, she's 40 years old now. Wow, that's crazy. No, she's not. She's 47 years old. Amazing. 47 years old. Trump's first 100 days and possible government shutdown, a closer look. Okay. Yeah, the story goes, she didn't want this, but Melania Trump never wanted to be a president's wife in the White House East Wing, where first ladies and their handlers are traditionally worked as a virtual ghost town, according to that. So apparently the first lady area where Michelle and, obviously Laura Bush was and Hillary Clinton was, is empty. Trump insiders told Vanity Fair that Melania Trump feels terribly uncomfortable with the spotlight that comes from being married to the world's most powerful man and is doing everything she can to stay off stage. She never wanted this and never had any interest in being First Lady, a Trump family insider told the magazine. So she's the reluctant First Lady. A former campaign aide recalled Melania Trump, 47, once admitted that she was dead set against Donald Trump running for president for fear he might actually win. A source close to the transition said it was clear from the start that Melania never intended to embrace the traditional First Lady role. Yeah, I got that. Okay. She has said that she intends to fight cyberbullying, but to this date she's not announced any plans or major initiatives to do that. She wants to just take care of their son Barron. And living in the president's gilded Manhattan pad. And she said that she'll move to the White House as soon as the 11-year-old school year is finished. She became pregnant 6 months after she and Donald tied the knot in 2005, and the future president was worried that she wouldn't regain her model-thin, pre-Barron physique, insiders told Vanity Fair. Whoa. A visitor to the Trumps' home at that time recalled Donald making it clear that Melania was going to work off her baby pounds. And she promised him that everything would go back to the way it was, the House guest told Vanity Fair, calling it a virtual contract between Donald and Melania. The guest said Donald was not a courteous father to be with Melania. There was no how do you feel, no opening of doors, making sure she didn't fall, just you wanted to have a baby. Wow. Okay. Told that she had to have her figure back. Unbelievable. Can you believe that? It sounds incredibly vain. Considering he's a rotund, he must weigh 300 pounds. Yeah. So he's got this massive belly, rolls upon rolls, and he wants her to be a tight little thin model after giving birth. Can you believe this guy? No wonder Barron looks so hollow and empty. Yeah, he doesn't have a normal family. And he's orange. Yes, he's been using this orange spray-on beta-carotene tanning solution too much. He must have one incredible beta-carotene level in his body. I don't have kids, but isn't it sad that a guy's rolling her over the coals if she gained weight? Look at, standing there acting like you're so wonderful when you got this massive pile of fat and blubber around you and you're telling your wife, you better look good. I mean, this is insane. I remember when Sarah said to me something. She said that, people who are overweight in a relationship, it's not exactly, ideal. And she was right. She was right. And so I've been working on maintaining my weight over the years. But nobody's perfect, I don't have any delusions. Never did. When I talk about Trump's wife being abused, you Trump tards get very defensive. Okay. And then this article. U.S. military expert has said that and Sergey Brin of Google is building an airship, a Zeppelin-like airship. Yeah, I'm not the only one who's come up with the blimp plane. I was the originator, but I'm not looking for propriety or ownership or profit. That's what makes me unusual, is I'm not materialistic like all these other rich pigs. Here's Sergey Brin, who probably doesn't even own Google. He's probably been bought out by now by the government. That's an ambitious plan, yeah. Why doesn't he get a blow-up doll and make that fly? Pigs can fly, I understand. Yeah, when he makes pigs fly, that's when I'll say, wow, that's amazing. He's building a blimp, all right, Dark Engine. I mean, Dave the Lion. Paris Hilton is not perfect. You guys are obsessed with body parts and body, perfect body. I mean, you'll never find a woman you'll be happy with. I'm the originator, yes, of the blimp plane. I'm on record as the originator. People don't usually speak at Berkeley that don't have degrees. In case you didn't know, the whole world of academics is full of bullshitters and suck-ups. My blimp plane is very aerodynamic, it's true. Yeah, I heard that the NSA giant blimp has been spying on American cities. Yeah, they've been covering cell phone signals and managed to listen to a lot of cell phones hovering over New York City. I heard about that. Dummy diplomacy. North Korean weapons displayed during parade are fake and their sunglasses aren't even combat ready, U.S. military expert says. Whatever. You know, let's not underestimate the potential of a wild, errant missile flying into Seoul, South Korea from this guy. We don't want that. Don't think for a second that all of his stuff is make-believe. There was talk about an EMP that they've been working on for 6 years now. I'm not materialistic. We definitely saved $600 on our Dell. Yeah. I don't think you understand. I could live without my computer. If everything was gone, I'd still be fully happy and fun. I'm not a person who's materialistic. I told you that. I need a computer to do a show. What is wrong with you? You really are the same guy I've been banning for the past 5 years, aren't you? God. Hang on, let me go ban him again. This guy I'm going to ban. Yeah, we bought a Dell only because it happened to be the best bundled package with a dedicated video card. Yeah. CERN resumes operations next month. SPS last injector back and running. Well, if there's a magnetic failure that could land an airplane in the ground, that would be something to be concerned about CERN. You remember the flight that, this is like going back a couple of years, but remember the flight that crashed into the Alps? Well, it turns out, remember the supposed pilot being locked out of the cockpit? You probably remember this, right? No, I'm being censored on Vaughn, you moron. Yeah, well, the cockpit is the story about the co-pilot going mentally ill and locking the pilot out of the cockpit. The reality is there's no audio of that. The flight recording data didn't even have the audio of that. Oh, good. You're growing your own bean sprouts. That's smart. Well, we can give you junk, too. I'll change the background to just a pile of garbage. How's that? We can make that happen. A landfill, maybe. How's that? There you go. Welcome to Wasteful Wednesday, everybody. I did unban all. I'll unban all again. Thank you. Yeah, so in lieu of the fact that Saudi Arabia sentences atheists to death for renouncing Islam and Muhammad. Wow, no religious freedom in Saudi Arabia. So this is the future of America. Okay. Another one bites the dust. Yeah. Well, all right. You don't like the background. I get that. It's fine. You don't have to like the background. Saudi Arabia has sentenced an atheist to death for renouncing Islam and Muhammad in a viral video. This is an example of how the monarchy of Saudi Arabia works and how we don't work. We encourage a pluralistic approach to politics in America. A man in his 20s who has been identified locally named Ahmad A. Shamri was picked up in 2014 when he uploaded a video renouncing Islam and their prophet Muhammad. After being charged with atheism, yes, that's some sort of crime over there in Backwardistan, he appealed, but the Supreme Court ruled against his appealing, claiming he was drunk and high. Okay. Well, I don't want to get into the hypocrisy of other countries. I'm sure we've got enough of our own brewing right now under the belt, under the beltway. But I'm quite shocked that all of you are dealing with the harsh reality that our country is not fixing the air quality. They're not creating cleaner water. Basically, Trump is promising to stop immigration and can't. He's now been reversed on that issue. He wanted to underfund or not fund sanctuary states, and now that's been overturned by a judge. Everything Trump is doing is being overturned, but he wants to create a war with North Korea, and he invited 100 senators in to talk about Russia, I think. I think he's essentially really worried that he could get removed and indicted because of his actions with Putin, because he does have a relationship with Putin. I think that's the harsh reality that Trump is dealing with right now, frankly. And anybody who thinks otherwise and thinks, well, we're headed toward World War III, well, we might be headed toward World War III if Congress sits on their ass and doesn't indict him and get him out of office. I'll even take Pence, and believe me, his whole cabinet was in touch with Russia, including Pence. You wouldn't want to be Putin's friend because you'd be eliminated. Yeah, Putin has people taken out who disagree with him. I'm very tolerant. Putin's been remaining silent, letting Trump just wrap the noose around his neck slowly. Putin's a smart businessman. He knows that Trump is going to disassemble himself politically or in the world theater rather quickly, and it's taking us down as a result of it. You're the ones that voted for an idiot who has no clue what he's doing and who obviously can't read. He's illiterate, too. Blame yourself for what's happening in the world, all of you Trump tards. He's not a CEO of anything. He's a joke. Russia's been bailing his companies out for the past 10 years. That's why he won't present his tax returns. You wonder why Donald Trump reneged on his offer to present his tax returns? Because they reveal Russia's big connection to his companies staying afloat. I certainly hope Scissorfight's okay. He hasn't been in our show for a couple days. I hope he's not, feeling out of sorts. Yeah, we're not sure if he's, 100% or not. Scissorfight made a great opening video for my... He was here earlier? Okay, good. No, you're good. Don't worry about him. He was here yesterday and he's here today. Okay, good. There is a big opening he created for our show, and the Blog Talk Radio show cannot even be on now. And all that work he did is going to be wiped out. So.
Well, at least you can use the audio.
Yeah, well, I'll use the audio, but the video was extraordinary. He did a great job of promotion. Well, in a way, I'm kind of relieved because tonight's episode on Blog Talk Radio was going to be, pretty intense. In a way, I kind of glad that they made their rules stricter for us so we don't broadcast there. We're going to come up with a better solution because I'm not paying them $39 a month when they keep changing their rules like that.
Yeah.
That sends a bad message.
Thank you. No family. And that's not... I'm glad I have a family.
I was telling the chatters that I was looking on Zillow a few years ago. Zillow.com, Zillow, is a great site to find real estate, and I found a place just like this but not a lot of work was needed. About 1,500 square feet. That's bigger, obviously, but in the middle of Missoula, Montana, for $28,000. It does seem like I wasted $30 on Skype, but I'm not worried about it. I can always use the $30 credit this year.
Yeah, you can start calling tons of people.
Yeah.
Thank you, Explorers. It's a little poofy, yes.
We got 32,000 viewing from the Ozarks right now. Thank you.
Oh, nice.
I've never taken you to Missouri in the summer. I would love to take you there. I think we did drive through there, but it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. There's a lot of wonderful lakes, and it's amazing. The property values are pretty low in Missouri still if you're looking to settle. Really a very nice state. I still like Missouri. Google is expanding its AdSense hate speech policy. Okay, well, that's nice. It doesn't affect me because I've been censored for 6 years. It doesn't even matter. I don't collect AdSense revenue. Okay, Sarah's going to take over the show. I'm going to do a little stuff in there. I'm going to make some dinner. I'll be back. Thank you.
Oh, in Europe, the jamming continues, the UHF propagation. Okay, if you say so, Explorers. How about the people on the boats? Is everybody still able to hear me out there on those boats? I was wondering what happened to you, Explorist. You went on safari. He wants me to teach in Ferguson. Oh. David, I have to say that I love you so much. You are so kind. You're so brave and a genius. I think you are the king of this country, and you are so brave and incredibly smart for doing this. I think, Dave, you must continue your fight to become a president of these United States. I can tell you're so passionate and love your country. Go, Dave, #1.
Thanks, Fool Wise.
Fool Wise.
Thanks so much.
A lovely safari. Good to hear it, Explorist. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear it's reaching those ships at sea. Oh. All right, good to hear it, Brexit UK. That was painful, pantful, something like that, 517. What's your other name, Misanthropy? Thanks, Snow Family. I'll be your family. You'd love to have me visit the Ozarks, right? Oh, that was your other name? Blasphemous? Oh, man. That would be good for Bible Monday. Oh, it's you. Okay, 365. AKA Topper Dan. How have you been? Are those penny stocks still working out for you? And you're going to say, Sarah, I don't trade penny stocks. Come on. I told David I don't trade penny stocks. You know better. You should know better. Okay, I'm having a weird conversation with myself. Moving on. Today is Wednesday. So that means we're going to do a little world history. Well, 776, as long as there's no mosquitoes biting, I can do that. No, I never do that, 517. Alright, world history. We're almost done. Who is a Polish labor leader and politician of the 20th century known for the success of Solidarity? You're right, 776. And I'm going to try his name. Lech Wałęsa. Wałęsa. An independent labor union that he headed. He was periodically put under arrest by the communist government. Wałęsa won the Nobel Prize for Peace in 1983. From 1990 to 1995, he was president of Poland. Yes, you got it too, Rex. Good job. Wałęsa. I don't know if I'm saying that right. That's what it says. All right. Well, the question is, do you, 819, is that what you like? Really? Just ask someone for what you like, and maybe you'll get it. And then when you do, then you can, like, realize that you're with the person you want. All right. What are the names of acts committed by soldiers or government officials either in the course of war or in bringing on a war that violates the customs of warfare? 131 is correct. Well, take a shower. Maybe she'll do that. 340 is correct. War crimes is the name. All right. Examples of war crimes include atrocities committed against civilians, like the My Lai massacre, and the mistreatment of prisoners of war. After World War II, 22 Nazi leaders were tried at Nuremberg by the victorious Allies, and 12 were sentenced to death for war crimes. Yes, I'm sure you do. You can always want. Well, thank you, 819. I know, as a friend. Because I just keep it real, right? That's just how I am. All right, new clue. Well, maybe the Irish potato famine, 774? I don't know. What is a military alliance of communist nations in Eastern Europe? It was organized in 1955 in answer to NATO. It included Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, East Germany, Hungary, Poland, Romania, and the Soviet Union. Explorist has it correct. 307 has it correct. 776 has it correct. Oh, that's what it is. Maybe that's what I've been experiencing. Brexit UK. I'll open it up. The Warsaw Pact. It disintegrated in 1991 in the wake of the collapse of communism in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. No, 819. No hurting anyone. Well, let me think about that. No. 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 No, I don't have any single sisters. I'm pretty relaxed. Okay, so Google, Facebook, and Amazon are undermining democracy because they play a role in destroying privacy and producing inequality. Partners? Okay. Whenever you stare that you notice the ceiling is dirty, you can clean it. Paint it. Actually, paint is a pretty good thing for a ceiling. All right. Thank you, 819. I'll tell David you said hi, and I do wish him well. But, paint will kind of seal in the dirt, but it's kind of creates that fresh feeling. All right, new clue. What was a battle in Belgium in 1815 in which the British and Prussians defeated the French under Napoleon Bonaparte? Napoleon abdicated as emperor a few days after this final defeat, and a few weeks later, he was captured and sent into exile. Officer Mo has it, 307 has it, Buckra has it. Where do you grow your potatoes, 774? All right. You might need a little tutoring, 892. You just watched a documentary about Waterloo this morning. How apropos, is that the right word? The British were led by, maybe Officer Mo knows this. Who were the British led by? Hi, Mystify Me. That's such a funny thing, 894. Actually, it says Arthur Wellesley, later to be named Duke of Wellington. They were joined by the Dutch and German soldiers and were greatly aided by the last-minute arrival of 50,000 troops from where? Who were they were aided by 50,000 troops from this place, came to assist in the Battle of Waterloo. Waterloo has become a general term for a decisive final defeat. No, these aren't trick questions. No, it wasn't the Ozarks or Wales. 50,000 troops came from... Close enough, 614. It was from the German Kingdom of Prussia. Sponheim Castle is close enough to that. Yes, he met his Waterloo. Yes, Truth Seeker Don, all wars are bankers' war, so just say no to war. 'Cause war, huh, good God, y'all, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again, yo. Alright. New clue. What is a common name for the Democratic Republic of Germany between the abdication of Kaiser Wilhelm II and the assumption of power by Adolf Hitler in 1933? I had no idea. Wow, Buckra and Explorers knew it? I did not. So did 307. The Weimar Republic. I'm sorry. Wow. The Weimar Republic.
Look what I found for 47 cents. Shredded chicken and beef for the cat.
I was going to say, is that cat food?
Yeah, it's just a little one serving for a cat.
Think she's going to love it?
Well, it's got chicken and beef, real chicken and beef in it.
Let's see what she does.
She normally doesn't get that.
I know.
It says no grains. Grain-free. It's gluten-free.
Can you define the actions generated by freedom of speech? Well, the ability to say anything. But I would say that there's some issues with it because, there's people that ban because, there's also freedom of association. My cat is picky, Gothic Master. Some days my cat will eat anything and some days it won't eat anything. All right. So Weimar Germany was where its constitution was drawn up. The constitution abolished the several constitutional monarchies that had previously formed the German Empire. The Weimar government was unpopular because of its acceptance of the harsh provisions of the Treaty of Versailles. The largest penalties Germany had to pay caused economic chaos in the country, with German money declining daily in value. Germany's Weimar years, however, were a period of political freedom and cultural creativity, both of which were snuffed out by Hitler. Okay, I just did a haircut 892. My hair was like another foot longer and I saved it. The Weimar inflation was so bad that people burned cash to stay warm. Wow. Alright, good night, Gothic Master. Or is that a poem you're telling me? I don't sell my hair. I'm saving it for when I die. Then I will donate it to charity. Alright. Arthur Wellesley. Arthur Wellesley, a British general of the 19th century, was also named this. I just said it a few seconds ago. A British general of the 19th century, revered in his country as the victor over the Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte at the Battle of Waterloo. He's known for allegedly saying the Battle of Waterloo was won on the playing fields of Eton. Eton is a famous English boarding school for boys. His statement emphasized the effect of people's moral training and breeding on their later life. Correct, Buckra. Duke of Wellington. Good job, 614. What, Explorist? Really? I didn't know I was that popular. No, I really haven't known you, kid. She said, send it PayPal first. No. I haven't taken a bath in a while. I mean, that's because I shower. Yeah, just, turn off your monitor, Gothic Master, leave on your speakers, and just go to sleep with the sound of my voice. But then, of course, David will come on, and then that might wake you up. But go to sleep with the sound of my voice. Good. What is the popular name for the Federal Republic of Germany before the reunification of Germany in 1990? Bonn was the seat of its government. Explorist is correct. West Germany. West Germany was a member of NATO, established in 1949 after dissension between the United States and the Soviet Union led to the division of Germany into East Germany and West Germany. It was formed out of the states included in the American, French, and British occupation zones. The Bonn Convention in 1952 essentially granted West Germany national sovereignty. In 1955, West Germany was recognized as an independent country. It made a swift recovery called the economic miracle from the devastation of World War II. With the collapse of communism, West Germany absorbed East Germany. Berlin became the capital of the United Germany. Yeah, Explorist is... he's really good at these clues. Yeah, he does have to know about the world in his line of business. I forget what he does, but he is involved with shippers. International shippers know about us thanks to Explorist. They don't often come in the show, though, anymore. Oh, you're an explorer, and you go on those safaris. Probably making discoveries all over the world. What is a phrase used to justify European imperialism in the 19th and early 20th centuries? It is the title of a poem by Rudyard Kipling. The phrase implies that imperialism was motivated by a high-minded desire of whites to uplift people of color. How many pickles go on a McDouble? Ooh, how many pieces of cheese go on a McDouble? I know this. I can answer this question. Two pickles. 614. 2 pickles is right. How many pieces of cheese? Alright, anyway, the phrase about justifying European imperialism was white man's burden. Do they use real meat at McDonald's? It looks pretty real to me. But I don't really eat it. I just have their... I only go to McDonald's once a year for a McTeacher night. Okay. I did ask 307 those questions and he didn't do that. It's where, like, in order for teachers to raise money for their school, they, like, work at McDonald's. Oh, that's bizarre, 997. Okay. New clue. Who was a German emperor or Kaiser of the late 19th and early 20th centuries? After disagreements with Kaiser Wilhelm in the late 19th century, Otto von Bismarck resigned as head of the German government. I think I gave you the answer. Buckra has it right. Explorers has it right. Officer Mo has it correct. Wilhelm II. Wilhelm then made aggressive moves abroad that increased instability throughout Europe. He ruled Germany in World War I and abdicated after his country's defeat. He lived the rest of his life in obscurity in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
I did mess that one up, Rex. You're right.
I wonder if this should be good survival food for us.
Yeah, sure.
It's 3 ounces of beef and chicken.
Mm-hmm.
Cat food. The cat won't eat the soybean based wet food. So what have you've been reading the World Theater in World War II and
Territorial changes following World War I. Time for a map picture.
There's a map there.
I can see it.
Yeah, Kaiser Wilhelm was not very happy. People were not happy with Kaiser Wilhelm in Germany.
The Pacific Theater of War.
Kind of like, Barack Obama, people weren't happy with him, so they picked, Donald Trump.
I know, 776, or at least suggested.
I'm going to look into the talk shoot tonight when I get to the show.
Okay, and the other one I said.
Yeah.
And I'm going to sleep.
Okay, get some sleep. Enjoy.
Or at least go veg out and watch some shows.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I'll be back 8:39, whatever.
Okay.
Thank you, Sarah. You're awesome.
Okay, thank you. Yay.
Yep. Okay, so Sarah's going to take another break, or the first break from her time here. Yeah, so we've been absorbing a lot of information on the show. I've been using my Mr. Smith look earlier. Mr. Anderson. Mexico radioactive material theft. Okay. So what do you think? Chicken and beef? It's kind of nice. Shredded chicken and beef in light sauce, high protein. Radioactive material theft in Mexico. Prompts alert in 9 states. Wow. This is serious, you know? And why does Mexico have radiated material, you know? You got to ask yourself. Mexican officials have issued a 9-state alert after a vehicle carrying mobile, industrial, radiography equipment filled with iridium-192 was stolen in the city of Tlaquepaque in the state of Jalisco. The company which handles the equipment, Tecnología No Destructiva, SADCV, reported the theft of a white Nissan pickup truck on Sunday, saying it contained a metal box with radiography tools filled with iridium-192. Now, what can this be used for? Yeah, so they're looking for it. Thank you so much. Mr. Yes, I believe the taking to Twitter on Monday, Luis Felipe Puente issued a public search alert for the stolen material in the states of Jalisco, Colima, Nayarit, Aguascalientes, Guanajuato, and Michoacán, San Luis Potosí, Durango und Zacatecas. Sí, muy bueno. And I hope I butchered all of those words, because I could barely pronounce any one of them. Sounded pretty official, though, didn't it? I have. Go to Sponheim, davidsponheim.com, and you'll see my official IQ. I try not to cloud my mind with trivia, though. So I'm not like the Ken Jennings of trivia. I'm glad you guys are, though. I'm mostly I guess you'd call me a thinker. I'm a thinker. That's what I do. I'm a thinker. I consider myself an intellectual. I'm constantly thinking. So we take questions if you want to ask me questions, but you know, there's not much to talk about. Let's just listen to some music. I have 100% spatial reasoning. That's how I developed a blimp plane, designed to save 85% in fuel. Let's go to the factory. We're working on it.
But you give me all I need to be satisfied. 'Cause of you, I will try to keep my appetite for free life.
Yeah, I made that music on Magix. It's a program you can download for free, and those loops are free. Some woman has a beautiful voice, and I managed to grab some of them and put them into that harmony, which I can do because I'm a genius. And it gave me a really kind of a nice little teaser, and I was using it on the radio show, and I was kind of like bummed that the radio show requirements of Blog Talk Radio are now different. Now that's a real human, I think. It is a real human. This, however, is not. This is a synthetically generated sound. But that was not. Yeah, that was human interaction with the sound of a vocalist. It was phenomenal. The woman is really, really good. I wish I could meet her. I should contact Magix and say, you have a fantastic voice. Yes, so let's bring in the artificial designs for the initial the booster rocket will be an anti-gravity device. This, however, is not. This is a filtration device that I'm working on currently, which takes in particulates through a variety of stages, and filter dispersal occurs during the uptake stage. The uptake stage would be the ingestion of particulates through the end point at the base. This could be attached to a muffler or anything. Moving on to the blimp plane. Yes, thank you. Yes, correct. The ability of the blimp plane to fly, though, is quite remarkable. There's no doubt about it. It's a phenomenal choice. The thing about flight, which is so serious, is it has a lot of wind passing through it, doesn't it? Well, we may actually use this kind of rotary force to propel the blimp plane. I'm working on open turbine technology, which would give it the ability to move through the air with the greatest of ease. And the motility of this particular vehicle is enhanced by its buoyancy. What we're trying to do is build a impregnable flying solution for people without losing the architecture of the infrastructure we have already created. That would be the 747. It is slow. It's 300 miles per hour. Anderson Cooper, thanks for coming in. Anderson Cooper, everybody. We have a new visitor. It's the first time in the show. Or have you been here before? Anyway, the blimp plane has the ability to actually, hold it right there, put parachutes in it. It's not dumb at all. In fact, it takes the equivalent of about 3 water towers in displacement to get the vehicle up in the air. 3 water towers filled with gaseous hydrogen, for instance, or helium. Scissorfight took the night off, or maybe he's, under the weather, who knows. But he was here earlier, and he was here yesterday earlier. Yeah. He did a really good opener for our show, and I guess he just got burned out or something. Who knows? Maybe he's with family. But the goal is to actually put parachutes on the wings of these things so they just blow out. Yeah. I mean, I could see how the wing could support some weight going down, or the nose cone could have a couple that flange out in different directions. Parachutes are great. They provide a little safety and security. The back tail wing would have a parachute module, or the entire fuselage of the exoskeleton of the dirigible could be comprised of a Kevlar outer covering that could open up as a tarp and then create a large parachute. I mean, the possibilities are enormous that this could, anyway, keep anybody from crashing. That's the goal. Yeah. And the nice thing is it gets 85% less use of fuel, meaning you can go from LA to New York for $100 in fuel costs, amortized over 200 passengers. And the company could still make a lot of money on top of that. I do understand aerodynamics, yes. And the outer covering is going to have hydrophobic foiling, which has not been developed yet, but it's coming. Hydrophobic foiling will be able to prevent any friction whatsoever. The only thing going through the air is displacement. So we anticipate speeds of 200 to 300 miles per hour. Using that rotary technology I was showing you earlier, which I'm, proud to say is a unique technology that I'm about ready to patent, not this. The other one. Anyway, we'll move on. But these are the kinds of ideas that would generate a great deal of buzz and would help our country. We don't have anything new to really be proud of right now. I was not a former head engineer at Boeing. I talked to the engineers at Boeing in 2009. And right after I presented the blimp plane idea to them, they went on a journey creating the hybrid that they use today for air travel. The airship hybrid, it's called. Yep, I think they can all share the blimp idea. I want you to understand that I'm not pissed that a lot of my ideas are being, pushed around in industry. I really am very pleased, actually. I don't have any personal gain in mind here. I'm not looking for some big acquisition, I don't know if you understand the mindset of people that aren't thinking about greed all the time. Because I know you got Trump as your president, so that would be your first indication that people are really greedy. But yeah, I'm just not that way, and I don't think anybody's even met people like me, I guess, because, hi, how you doing? I wouldn't, if I had enough to eat, I would eat myself and then give you something, you know. I'm not going to try to hoard it for myself, you know. But I guess many people believe that they're you know, everyone's like the rich scumbags that rule the world. But we're not. Most of the people that donate actually donate, as in donate to the poor. Most of the people that donate to the poor are actually quite poor themselves. So we're going to have to build some scaffolding on the side of this large area to build with. And the attachment could be made outside. We could do it, you know, bring the dirigible out, and the fuselage could be attached outside. So, thank you. No, again, I'm going to ask you to not slander me here, or I will get really upset. And I don't want to get upset. I'm feeling really good. Yeah. I don't know. I'm living among a lot of idiots in the world. Everywhere I go, people aren't as bright as I am. I can't expect people to know what I'm talking about half the time. Everyone loving Trump's new tax plan. Only the rich people are going to really benefit. You know, there's nothing good about the tax plan because it still has all the tax credits and tax deductions that are in place with the existing tax system, which, by the way, violates the 16th Amendment. Trump doesn't want to address that. The taxes that we're currently being enforcing upon you came about in the 30s. As a result of the IRS being created, a private organization, by the way. The IRS is not a government agency, in case you didn't know. Neither is the Fed. But, yeah, they just created this in order to tax you. Prior to the 1930s, the ruling from the Supreme Court said that to tax is to destroy. So Trump's tax plan is illegal. As is the plan that we have today, the progressive tax code is illegal as well. But you still have to pay it because they've got all these codes constructing this illegal action. So you still have to pay your taxes. They took a $5 million site right out from under us 5 years ago, and it didn't stop us. We moved right over to this network, and they immediately primed his pump and got behind him, and now Vaughn has been limiting us to about 100 viewers a night. We have 5,000, 10,000 people trying to get in here at all times. It's crazy. And when everyone gets to the website, they get this capacity server thing that keeps them from getting in. It's really screwed up. So we're going to be working this year on some alternatives as we move to 2020. I might be activating another website as a social network. Not something that I'm too familiar with, but it'll be fun. It'll be an interesting journey. I don't lie. Trump is the person who's proven to flip-flop on everything he ever said. I've always said I will prosecute Trump, I will prosecute Hillary, and I will prosecute Obama. Flat out. There's no equivocation here. I'm painting a picture, a place for you to live, a country that you can be proud of. Trump is just desecrating our country. He supports Monsanto and Dow. Thank you, Explorist. He supports the gross excesses of companies like the military-industrial complex represent, Halliburton. He supports the military-industrial complex, and most of all, he supports war, which we're not in favor of. I still see, I stream on Ustream. Yeah, if you want to go to the site, it's ustream.tv/channel. Cooking Up Politics, yeah. We're still over there. Yeah, here it is. And, you know, the chat has been difficult because they locked our guest. Basically, we're not allowed to get guests in there, which is a huge problem. And everybody who wants to come in here, we would love to make Ustream a place to hang out. But I cannot in any way change the moderator off settings. It won't take. I've tried it before. And I log in and do that. But, it's not coming in on my end, but it might be on your end, because my browser's all stale. Everything is kind of slowed down here. Hey, thank you. No, there's no one like me. No, I was the only one in my... my mother told me that when I was born, I was the only kid in the entire prenatal area, or the natal area, that was alert and looking all around constantly. Yeah, that was a long, long time ago. I was born. But it seems like yesterday. You know, it's like maybe I'm not aging like most people. Who knows? Trump is not responsible for anything other than his failed businesses and his Russian connection. That's what he'll be prosecuting on. He'll also be prosecuted on bribery charges. Betsy DeVos clearly bribed him. There's no doubt about it. No, the nurses were quite shocked. I was looking around. I was extremely open, and my eyes were looking constantly. I've been absorbing information much more at a faster rate than most people all my life. Thank you. Well, especially with the sunglasses, they block my eyes a little bit. I do want to bet on that, yeah. I'll bet everything. The nurses were kind of amazed because I started saying a few words when I was just born. I started speaking, yes. My mother, the reason I was so alert is my mother smoked 10 cigarettes a day during her pregnancy. She was very proud about that. And I learned these words in the baby fetal position. I want a cigarette. So I was able to come to but they couldn't give me a cigarette. I was, unfortunately, as a baby, addicted to nicotine. So I immediately was attracted to the ashtrays in my home. I didn't lick the ashtrays, mind you, but I had a strange attraction to nicotine. My mother smoked quite a bit, but she limited it to only 10 cigarettes a day. And she was very proud of that. She said, I was very, very careful, David. Yeah, and I don't smell bicycle seats or anything weird like that, so have no fear. I'm normal here. Again, you don't test my intelligence, so I can't really prove to you my intelligence. But thanks anyways for giving me this wonderful time to share. Here in the pristine wilderness of my future cabin retreat. It's hard to quit smoking. This little cat has been addicted to cigarettes for some time. Yeah. She's got it. And she needs a light. She's addicted to the light. Keep my cigarette away from me. I think they stuck it around its collar. This is cat cruelty. I will not allow this. I'm sorry. Is there a waiting list of your autobiography? No. Don't worry about it. When it arrives, it'll be there. I'm still working on my seminars online. I was going to develop a radio seminar. I still have a couple Blog Talk Radio accounts that are unused. I may just activate one of them. Yeah, I'm thinking I might use one of them. There's one in particular that would be perfect for my How to Stay Young radio series. Yes, a lot of people want to stay young because the population, the mean age is getting older. So it's like a win-win. I'm going to have an automatic viewership. No, I'm not a psychopath. I have compassion and feeling for human beings. I feel much like you do. Normal, like you. I have empathy. I care very much. Well, we are currently at the Fountain of Youth, outside of my retreat hypothetical home in the inner sanctum of my future meditation center. And I will dip into the lake and I will show you how beautiful it is someday. In my virtual world. Alabama man distraught over breakup with his girlfriend commits suicide by shooting himself in the head. How is that a news story? Do you have any idea how many people shoot themselves in the head? That's like a typical day in the life of every U.S. police officer in the great nation of America. Oh, it's unusual he's black. Justin Trudeau told a black man he want be lucky like his brother. What does that mean? Alabama distraught over his... So you're posting the same ad? You want me to go there? Wow, okay, let's... Better than nothing, I guess. Last night was a really dead news night. We're all waiting for Trump to start World War III with North Korea, and nobody ever got the memo to Trump saying, there's no way we can have World War III with North Korea. You're out of your mind. It's not going to happen. Even the experts in the military know that this is almost like grandstanding. It's a waste of time for Trump to be sending our forces over there. James Jeffries shot himself in the head while live streaming on Facebook. Oh, okay, got it. So you want me to do a guy live streaming on Facebook and killing himself, and you actually want to give him some airplay here? Do you really want to encourage this for other people because they may think, well, this guy got airtime. Well, how come I can't? I don't think so, dude. No. I'm going to send that to the sphincter in the sky. Yeah. Bye. I don't look at snuff films either, so it's a selfish act. We don't want to give this guy any notoriety. Even though he's dead, he won't know, but you'll think that, oh, well, I'll be notorious if I do something like that. Yeah, not good. Doesn't send a good message. Not gonna do it. No quid pro quo. 1,000 points of light. A new world order. Read my lips. Did George H.W. make it out of the hospital? I don't know. He still may very well be in the hospital. If you're wondering why I'm not grabbing a lot of photographs, it's because my computer is kind of slow right now. I would love to be able to, help create a biodome for all of you. Everybody should have like a place to germinate vegetables. We talked about that with our homestead renewal plan, getting everybody to have a little greenhouse in the back. It would not be very expensive.
Welcome to the Biodome Project, a life-casting experiment in design, innovation, and environmental renewable solutions.
Okay, George H.W. Bush is, we got a quick update from Maine. Apparently he was up in Kennebunkport visiting his son, George W. And now he's now dealing with chronic bronchitis. Folks, this is not a good sign. George H.W. is battling the worst thing that anybody can be battling. And George W. is looking pretty good. But George H.W. is dealing with chronic bronchitis. So what that is he's on a lot of antibiotics. They probably ought to have him on a Cipro drip just to make sure he doesn't get pneumonia. So we wish him the best possible world he can have, because it's not pretty when you have chronic bronchitis. Pleurisy and chronic bronchitis go hand in hand. I'm not a doctor, but I can tell you that, the best way to keep him alive is keep him comfortable and keep him away from a lot of germs. Thank you. So there he is. Yeah, whatever. I just think that, he being the architect of the New World Order, not a favorite fan of mine. I think he was there when JFK was killed, yeah. I think we have pictures of him standing there when JFK was killed. We know that he was the director of the CIA at Dallas during the Dallas shooting of JFK. The serious reality that's never been faced. The Warren Commission report did not mention it. The Warren Commission report did not even know that Lee Harvey Oswald was working for the CIA undercover for Operation Monarch, which was designed to kill Fidel Castro. And Lee Harvey Oswald even said he was a patsy. Well, he was a patsy. He wasn't even the shooter. The real shooter of John F. Kennedy was There were 8, actually. There were 8. It was like they set it up like a shooting gallery. And the driver, what's really interesting is the driver actually stopped. He stopped the car right in its tracks. And we didn't see that on the Zapruder tape. And the Zapruder tape was completely doctored and altered by the government so that we didn't see any stop. But the driver did stop, and few people took a shot. That's what happened. You didn't know that? Nobody knows that.
Assassination. In an interview before a live audience, Stolley recalls his weekend in Dallas. Time Incorporated and requested that after seeing the film, these reproductions noticed that some of the frames were missing and that splices were clearly evident. Critics of the Warren Commission suspected a cover-up, claiming the missing frames revealed something conspiratorial.
Yep.
In 1967, Life magazine offered an explanation. Photolab technicians damaged the film when making copies and reproducing still frames. Specifics on how or when the accidents occurred were never given.
Yeah, so they covered up the story, and the reality is they got rid of 2 seconds of time in which the car stopped for about 8 different people to shoot him. So when they kill our president, John F. Kennedy, and many of you didn't have the luxury of listening to him live like I did. I was born in 1960, so I remember hearing him speak, and he was an eloquent speaker, and we know that from all the video we have of the film taken at the time. And he wasn't like Alex Jones. I mean, John F. Kennedy was a true statesman, and I believe that he started out knowing full well his dad was a gang member, a mobster, and I think he got to power using the connections that his dad had. I mean, that would be ridiculous to deny that. But at the same time, John F. Kennedy became an instant success because of his charm, his personality. Huh. Hold on. And yeah, thank you. And if we do have anything to remember him by, it's his effort to stop secret societies. My fellow Americans. He did a really good job of, let me try to pull this up here. There we go. Here we go. The people who got him killed are still in power in America, and unless those people are imprisoned, America won't ever be free. Now, what he represented really was an effort to stop the globalists and the extremely wealthy people from having too great of a foothold in our society. Yep. And when he was killed, there was like this breath of air that was sucked out of our nation politically. It was the strangest feeling. I was just 2 years old, and I was surrounded by people that were grief-stricken and crying. I probably should have left my glasses on. And the reality is, it was just this, I can't explain it to all of you because you grew up, after this happened, but he was such a uniter. Unlike Trump, he really got people behind him, and he emoted, and he had this charisma that nobody had ever seen in politics before. And no, he actually tried. You can't deny with a secret society a message and executive order 11.11.10. You can't possibly deny that he tried. He actually had silver-backed greenbacks created, $5 and $1. They were planning on $10 too, that were backed by silver. And it was going to undermine the Fed and the private corporation that it is. It was going to be the end of the power of the monetary bankers over our country. So I believe John F. Kennedy stepped out of his role as a rich kid and actually did the right thing. I think in this instance, he's the best president we've had. And he took a bullet for it. He took a lot of bullets for it. And if you have anything other than respect for what he did, you're an idiot. You're an absolute moron. If you say, well, he had sex in the wine room with various women, he probably did. And that definitely is a mark against his character, just like we know Bill Clinton did something like that, which is wrong. Yeah, I think he did. He minted a $1 and a $5, and he was going to mint $10. And as soon as that happens, these greenbacks were pulled off out of circulation. So if you go to a stamp collector or a coin dealer, they'll have these silver-backed greenbacks, $5, that are worth quite a bit because they're so rare. So anyway, yeah, All-Seeing Eye Oculus opens annually. Really. Anyway, it was a very sad day for America when we lost him.
As soon as we stepped out.
Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. You know, he's a terrific person. Really, really. And, you know, I don't think anybody's going to really step it up and do anything for their country anymore. I think a lot of people don't even want to work. But we do feel that we have a right as citizens to get something because we own this country. And he knew full well that we had to take it from the bankers, and we still haven't. In fact, you put the bankers in the White House with this recent election. So you're in a troubled situation across the board. I'm going to create a new list, I think, new 5. Yeah, it's time. New 4 is getting a little old. It's on new 4 too. Okay. You were 2 years. I was very upset. Yeah, I'm an indigo child when I was young, before I grew up. Yeah, I was immediately affected by the entire emotional loss of this great president and the overwhelming emotional loss to our country. To this day, what happened with Kennedy's, both of them dying, was a direct indication that the mob took over. And we still haven't lost this mob control of our country. It's still there. All right, so not much more to talk about with JFK other than they did rig the Zapruder tape, and there was like a 2-second period where the driver stopped, and we know that the driver was replaced. It was a new driver. And he stopped, and he definitely allowed the shots to take place. I don't believe anymore that the driver shot him. There was arguments that could have been the case, but I've grown to believe that the shots came from maybe below the gutter in the front of the vehicle. What's interesting about JFK dying is that everybody on the ground floor on the street smelled gunpowder, yet they claim that the shots came from way up on top of a building, which is impossible. You can't smell gunpowder from the top of a building. So there were shots fired below, upwind, so it went right into their spaces, and it would have been a shot ahead of him. That alone tells you that he was shot by somebody ahead of him. But we'll never get to the final word on this because this file has been sealed, and we're not going to be able to open the case. But there's a strong amount of evidence linking George H.W. Bush to this event. So much so that JFK Jr. became privy to a file of somebody had found. A person had found a file that claimed to have all the accounting of the actual assassination. That they had taken meticulous accounting notes of all the money they'd paid to manage the assassination of JFK. And there's rumor that JFK Jr. had that file with him. And he got it from a guy named True Ott. And if you go look up True Ott online, there's a great story on the Rents report about it, rents.com. But True Ott claimed he had business dealings with JFK Jr. for the George magazine he'd been working on. And it looked him up and said, hey, I've got this file, I think you should see it. And JFK Jr. saw it, was so amazed by it, that he had contacted people in D.C. to look at it, and he was in the process of transporting it when JFK Jr.'s plane went down in Hyannisport. Now, I wasn't in Hyannisport at the time. But people say JFK Jr. was killed too. It wasn't just him getting a plane and running into a storm. That was all BS. And to this day, the NTSB report has not been filed for public knowledge through Freedom of Information, you still can't get the NTSB report on the JFK Jr. crash, which is very suspicious. No, they said he was a very well-trained pilot, and he always followed protocol. I think many of you don't realize that there's been a huge scrim pulled over your eyes if you think this country is being run by good, nice people. You've got to be out of your mind to think that. 90% of the country doesn't trust their politicians. So what's preventing us from starting a third party? Well, for one, reach, access, media time, press, all that. It definitely affects us. And of course, funds. We don't have a lot of money. So we do this show on a nightly basis with free internet services, and now I just lost Blog Talk Radio. That would have been on right now. And it was going well. I had 3 shows that were really kicking butt, I thought. But Blog Talk Radio just changed their rules on me. And they told me, and perhaps others, that you have to have a certain limit. And we went over the limit because we were Blog Talk Radio viewers, or users, many, in the early days when it was a free show. Yeah. So I'm not going to give them $39 a month to do a podcast. No way. We have only been able to survive by going at free services everywhere we can. But I may open up the other Blog Talk Radio shows that I have. So don't be surprised if we're not up and running tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, I have a couple already in the hope. I've got a couple. I was going to create a couple of new sites 2-3 years ago that I just got names of. But the ideas are still good. And if we do have an open forum to talk about things, it's good to get a couple callers every night. 2, 3, 4, 5 callers we can fit in a 30-minute period. I'm not going to pay them a dime. So Blog Talk Radio did not send you that message. I was censored. You're right. 139. Well, check your messages. They just did it, and I think it was to shut us down. Well, Blog Talk Radio is the first place we started, and I have about 200 in the archive. And they said my memory load was so big they wouldn't allow me to do a free broadcast of 30 minutes. I mean, since when did memory become expensive? When the price of memory has gone down significantly. So these are pretty cool. I mean, if my cat likes this chicken beef combo, I mean, I've been having a hard time finding real meat for my cat. It's significantly smaller than her normal dinner. So if she doesn't eat it, then we're not going to buy it anymore. Well, look, this is all about reaching out to a lot of people. The blackface thing I would defend because I had to do a satire of Barack Obama, and the only way I could is to use the freedom of speech that is available to me. Mad Dog says, wasn't JFK tangled up with the military-industrial complex? Yeah. I really believe that he was wrestling with tigers, and they were going to bite, and they did bite. I can't cook her real meat. No, she won't like that. She needs something like heavily cooked. They do something with these beef mixes that they cook them down so that if you've made beef on the stove or in a crock pot, you know what I'm talking about. I could make crock pot beef and make my own cat food for her, I suppose. But it's that taste that they seem to love, that really rich, beefy taste. Yeah. I hope it wasn't made in China. This could kill her if it's, not a secured product. It's made in Thailand. Much better. Thailand. Am I going to feed my cat food from Thailand? Really? Yeah. I don't know. That might kill her. I don't know. It could be dog, yeah. I'll take my receipt and get it back. I'll take it back to Walmart. Yeah, I better not take a chance. Yes, Blog Talk Radio CEO Alan Levi is an Ashkenazi Jew. And that's why they shut me down. He wants me to pay him money so they do the show there. I'm going to do something else. And we might just bring out our other show, which is very good. Yeah, Cool Rock has the possibility. I came in with, I know, and they thought you were a troll. I know they know it's you now. I know. Well, your name is so similar to yourself. Okay, this is the James Files, a JFK condensed interview documentary. 1 hour and 50 minutes. Wow.
It's important to...
Well, I'll add that to our loop tonight. Thanks. Why not? Yeah, thank you. I'm always interested in new JFK videos. I've got about 15 hours of JFK videos. We literally could play 15 hours of video. I will take a look. But I can't see your URL. I'm sorry, 580. Vaughn knocks out URLs. Let me show you what we see on the screen. Thank you for letting me be a cool caster for you guys. Thank you. Yeah, see, we see HTTPS removed URL. Guess 580. A rectal exam says, I remember when you could still get milk delivered. Yeah, well, you probably remember when you could get a good proctological exam without having to pay an arm and a leg. Remember when a proctologist cost only $50? Now they're like minimum of what, $4,000 for the initial colonoscopy. Prolapse and rectal should get together. Maybe they are the same person. Did that ever occur to you? Well, I think that Donald Trump is systematically killing the news. You know, we've noticed that it's declining, and we're no longer able to actually... Do you remember when Nixon seemed like an honest guy? My fellow Americans, I am not a crook. This allegation about Watergate, Haldeman, Dean, all untrue. Pat, could you get me a Geritol? And could you change your nightie? That's not as pretty as the one last night. You think that Nixon ever had relations with Pat ever, other than creating a beautiful daughter? Back in the day, many of the neighborhood children looked like the milkman. Yeah. They basically, my family grew up in Americana, the center of typical Norman Rockwell lifestyle, but it was a West Coast lifestyle. I think I just burped my banana from this morning. That's you. Well, I too lived in that early genre, and I know, a lot of you would love to bring back the old days, but now you've got to raise your children around gang communities and an enlarged police state where they no longer put on the side of any police cars the words "to protect and to serve." Yeah. Not one single police car in America has those on the side of their police cars now. They're no longer here to protect and serve. They're here to become the overseers of a police state. I know. We would love to be able to bring you back to nature and get rid of the police state and stop all these traffic cops with holding speed guns. But they keep coming up with new ways in which they can detect new things. They've got new breathalyzers that'll be able to detect marijuana in your system. Yeah, so in a country where you'd think, well, gee, 36 states now have some form of legal marijuana or hemp out of 50. You'd think the government would be doing less of that and becoming much more, caring. And no, we have to force them to be. We have to build a political movement to stop these psycho Nazis from taking over. And when you voted for Trump, you voted for the Nazis. You got the Ashkenazis running our government. Police at this time are privately owned, yeah. And they even want to alter our brainwaves. Now they're talking about putting, their real estate in our heads. RFID chipping of people. I'm not kidding. And there's even technologies now that can read your thoughts. This is bizarre and freaky. And there are people that are trying to create a digital law that protects people from, having their thoughts taken. So we're entering this world that was just started early on with, some simple games that we thought, well, gee, this is wonderful. And now all these psychos with all this money want to just stick tubes in us and RFID chips in us, and they want to mark us like with the mark of the devil. And you're just going, I don't want the government up my ass. I don't want the government in my face, and I certainly don't want them in my brain. I don't blame you. So we need to build this political movement to stop these psychopaths and psychotics who are running the world. They're planning this. Mr. Sponheim, you can please destroy these deep states. Use WIN 2020. Exactly. 158, that's the whole point. We've got to get these fat cats from thinking they control the world. Right now, they think they can get away with everything. There was a simple time, when this picture was normal. A young man and a goat, But now we've drifted so far away from that. So that was you at 5, really? Salty dog at 5 years old with a goat. These people are evil. I know 158. We do the show simply because we can. And they don't know what to do with me because I've been able to circumvent and circumnavigate around their censorship. It's phenomenal, really, what happened when UHF picked up my signal. I urged people to multicast for us over many years, and they said, yeah, we like your free content, so go for it. Well, I have not talked about my cabinet seriously, but let's just suffice to say this, prolapse. Everybody in my cabinet will be some way connected to watchdog groups that are personally doing everything they can to stop injustice at any level. Whether they're looking into big pharma, they'd be in charge of the FDA, not big pharma's reps. These people would be the ones that have been trying to stop big pharma. We'll put them in charge. We will make sure that people who are vigilant to stopping violations in our government will be watchdogs and work at our State Department. Like Citizens for Responsibility Ethics in Washington and Judicial Watch. Everybody on those staffs will be part of my cabinet, or my administration, I should say. My cabinet will be defined by the people who are leaders in their industry, but not corporate industry. Usually people who are dominant in one particular field will have more knowledge. But no way will I put CEOs in the cabinet. People will be good at what they do, but not rich because they did it. Leaders in industry, meaning people that have good, solid knowledge of their industry and can work with others. But CEOs, leaders of the pack, like Trump did, big mistake. Yeah, you're not allowed to do that in the show. Hi, you're Wood Chip Boy. Hey, man. Aren't you the Pokemon supporter? You had a Pokemon experience when you were younger? I heard the guy killed himself online and you keep posting it. I'm not into snuff films, man. We just saw a guy reading his last rites in Indonesia. And he was speaking, he was a translator, reciting things, and he died right in front of our eyes. It was really sad. My national security advisor. We're definitely going to make sure you haven't been in touch with the Russians. That's important. You'll have to be vetted before we make an assignment, Officer Mo. You don't want to be director of the Secretary of Defense. I think the current Secretary of Defense, Mattis, is adequate. You know, he seems like he's got a good understanding of what's going on. His current, the very fact that he did an amazing about face with Carl Vincent was smart. When Trump telegraphed that he was sending the Carl Vincent to the North Korean peninsula, it was more likely the stupidest move ever made by a president, announcing where he's sending a fleet. And I think Mattis made this decision, I would hope he did, to send the fleet somewhere else. This actually happened, believe it or not. There was a time when there was a Zeppelin that actually was built and you probably heard about it, you know. The Hindenburg. It touched the top of the Empire State Building, and they actually had a way of apparently connecting the two digitally or whatever. But Mattis, I think, is a good pick. Right now, I think he's one of the guys I think will hold the ship together, because he obviously made the right move, moved in the other direction, and then they just ran a story saying the military had its wires crossed, which is obviously not the case. But Trump should not be telegraphing the actions of our U.S. military. Loose lips sink ships, and literally in this case could mean the death of some of our naval personnel. Yeah, the wrong gas, wood chip boy, but yeah, this is kind of where I live. Yeah, kind of where I live. It's not exactly, but it looks kind of where, you know, I live in a beautiful area like this. It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. But we get jets flying overhead constantly. They test jets in my area to make sure our country's safe. I was at the recycler last week and taking my stuff in. Every couple of weeks I take my stuff in to the recycler, and it's right next to the jet landing area called the outlying field, and these jets come in so close to the ground that it's beyond belief. It's like 100 feet from the recycler. The jet's flying really super low. Nearly burst my eardrums. It was so bad. It's like 120 decibels. So something like this, say you were standing here on the beach calmly, and there happened to be a jet flying over your head. This is how it was for me. And it wasn't just one, it was 7. Boom, boom. So I ran inside, got inside my little Honda Insight, closed the door as I dropped the decibels by about 50%. And these fracture your liver, okay? Epidemiologists have said that this is a dangerous thing to your liver. It can affect your body, it can cause strokes. And I was just trying to, take my recyclables in like any good, conscious, environmentally conscious person. And it's a common sound on the Jersey coast, too. And the woman who's sitting there at the recycling bin, at the compressor that's compressing the cardboard, I said, "Is it getting worse or is it my imagination?" She said, "No, it's the same as it used to be." And then she said, "We're lucky to have them. We may need them the way things are going right now." I couldn't believe the layer of stupidity that this coming out of her mouth. This president of ours is using these jets to intimidate countries and to bomb Yemen, killed 30 people recently, drop bombs, the Moab on top of a tunnel in Afghanistan. Didn't really accomplish a lot. What did was created the Taliban to come back, and just last week, 140 Afghan army members were killed with a Taliban attack in retribution for what Donald Trump did. Are you aware of that? The Moab led to 140 deaths in Afghanistan due to what Trump did, which was foolish. No, I don't think so. I believe the A6 is lower. Look, at these growlers are unbelievable. You're talking about the Prowler versus the Growler. I got everybody in my town who knows the Prowler and the Growler know that full well the Growler's worse. Sorry. Yeah, they got southern accents in Washington State. Right where I am, there are a bunch of people from the South. They come here from Pensacola, Florida, where many of them are being trained to be Top Guns. They're real good at what they do. Well, golly, Sarge. Really? You saw, hello, Dave. Hi. You saw 5 flying aircraft carriers go by at a beach making loud noises, breaking windows at only 75 feet above the ground. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah. What happened, the worst thing that ever happened to me over my house was we had 8 F-18s flying in an array, a diamond pattern. And I don't know how many times they pull this off, but they fly 8 at a time together in a diamond pattern 10 feet apart. And it's absolute precision flying, and it cannot, nobody can make a mistake. If they do, a couple planes are going right into the ground. But that's over my house, 500 feet above my house. It's crazy. So, I hope I don't get taken out by an F-17 or an F-18, not just dropping right into my house accidentally. But whatever. At least I reported it. Jammu and Kashmir state government censors 22 social media services. Brexit. Yeah, they're doing this all around the world, and not just my show. So we happen to be in a country that claims to be free and democratic, so you'd think we'd be getting access, but we don't. So in no way are we really that much better off than many of you are in foreign countries where you're completely censored. North Korea has a per capita prison population of 1 in 100 is in prison. America has 2.3 in every 100 people are in prison. So we actually have a bigger police state in America than in North Korea. Indian officials in the state of Jammu and Kashmir should immediately revoke a 1-month ban on access to social media services, the Committee to Protect Journalists said today. The order announced today directed all internet service providers to block users' access to 22 platforms: Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, WhatsApp, and YouTube, according to local reports. The interests of peace and tranquility in the state is the reason they're doing this. And that the social media was misused by anti-national and anti-social elements. And it was under the pretext of maintaining peace and order that they did this, but it's not going to bring peace nor order, according to Stephen Butler, Asian Program Director at CPJ. Such broad censorship clearly violates the democratic ideals and human rights India purports to uphold. Wow. I just digested it. Horse versus flute. Watch the horse's reaction when the caretaker plays the Native American flute for him. This should be interesting. I don't know about you, but this is up there with Zamfir's greatest hits. Yeah. And I'm a horse whisperer, it's kind of touches my inner soul. That's so beautiful. The horse is into it. Yeah, he's getting off on it. He probably said, yeah, could I have a hit off that bong too? Well, bottom line is Peter Piper bottom line is this situation where countries censor other countries or censor people in their country is just constantly contributing to the lack of solutions in the world. And that's why we're stuck where we are with all these bad people running the show and really ruining it, because they really don't know what they're doing. I know that sounds a little cocky, but when you look at what they've done to the planet, the air is so polluted, over 55,000 chemicals in the air, and they blame you and I for this. And believe me, your flatulence is not causing global warming. They are literally dumping chemicals in the atmosphere. And they do this all the time. They are dropping... Hang on, I've got new riot control for you to look at. There we go. Oh, they're ready for us. That's why this online revolution is better than anything you could get, gathering in the street. They're ready for us. They've got all kinds of tools that they can, put out there. But they're dumping chemicals in the atmosphere to create global climate change at a rapid rate. They want you to believe that this is happening so fast that, we got to do something immediately. It's that sense of urgency they want to create. That's why they're altering the atmosphere. But these things, these tools that they've got now with riot control make it impossible for Americans to even gather at the river and, have a peaceful approach. Somebody said they'd love to see Woodstock 3 happen again in New York, but it hasn't happened yet. So while they're preparing for a police state, they're also dumping these chemicals on top of us. And that's part of the plan. So slowly dumbing down the population, making them amenable to anything, unable to formulate a thought, one cohesive thought. I don't look older. No, that's your imagination. And keeping us separate by having races hate each other. They're good at that. And these chemicals are very dangerous. Barium, aluminum, lithium. Lithium is causes birth defects. It's a Class D birth defect element that is, if sprayed above mothers, will cause birth defects. My thoughts on Benjamin Netanyahu are he's a solid leader of Israel. And if there's any truth to any allegations of corruption, he is, in my eyes, innocent until proven guilty. No. Yeah, I know. And the water is dirty. You're a big fan of something. The air is polluted. So they're doing something wrong. Wally the Gator. Oh yeah, I love this. One of my favorite cartoons. Well, thanks for the relevant tip. See you later, alligator, right after a wild crocodile. Let's talk about Zionism, shall we? Thanks, Howard Helms. VIP. Wow. Amazing. You actually pay the fee, huh? There's rumor that people like you exist. That we don't understand how Mark claims there's 318,000 VIP basic users that don't have the VIP logo. He says there's 318,000 of them, yet we never see them in our room. It's kind of amazing. Is Zionism evil? Their intent is evil. Creating the State of Israel was one thing. It made sense. After the war and the death of countless millions, you may disagree on how many died. But Zionism has become more of a fixation of global dominance now. And that's why it's no longer anything I could support. But I support a State of Israel. So the word Zionism is morphing into something greater. Not what we used to think of just, building a State of Israel. That's not something that, in my opinion, is Zionism anymore. That's an old definition. John Oliver and Patton Oswalt terrified of Sophie the Robot on Tonight Show. Huh. Oh, yeah, I saw this. Sophie the Robot, yeah, she's been making appearances. That other robot's pretty interesting. That Stephen Hawking, he pretends to be alive. I don't believe he's alive. I think he's a robot. Think of how simple it would be to put an artificial voice attached to a plastic dummy. While that's queuing up, why don't we take a trip into...
Hi, Sophia.
Hello, Jimmy.
Oh my God.
It was a robot invasion on The Tonight Show, with Fallon getting to meet a snake bot that can climb legs, an adorable butterfly that can mimic an actual butterfly, sort of, and finally Sophia, who was super creepy but quick with a joke.
What cheese can never be yours?
What cheese can never be mine? I don't know.
Nacho cheese.
yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Nacho
And
cheese.
Sophia wasn't just a comic genius, she was also good at games.
Rock, paper, scissors, Shoot. I won. This is a good beginning of my plan to dominate the human race.
After Sophia confessed her diabolical plans, Jimmy's guests, Patton Oswalt and John Oliver, voiced their concerns.
No, I'm sorry. I mean, the butterfly was delightful, and the snake was charming. I don't like robots with human faces. I'm sorry. And I know that he meant well, but that Sophia was she was terrifying. It was when those dead eyes and then that smile. Get close to me. This is her smiling. Ready? Watch.
But Oliver took it to the next level and felt that Sophia and her kind were a warning for our future.
Those robots were creepy, Jimmy. I know you think they were fun. That's how we die.
All right, now my contention is that Stephen Hawking is no longer with us. Here he is being tossed around like a rag doll by NASA. I wish I could grab it with a light on it. His eyes never move. He's completely like rubber-like. How different is he compared to a CPR blow-up doll? You know, I mean, seriously. Anybody with his disease would never have lived 20 years ago, let alone today. I just don't believe he's really alive. I mean, it'd be very easy to fake an artificial intelligence Stephen Hawking blow-up doll. Yeah. That is absurd. Paul McCartney is not Stephen Hawking. You are mixing metaphors, so to speak. Rectal exam, you've got something new. Between Salty Dog and Rectal Exam, you guys have been really link providers, you know, filling in for Scissor Fight. Thanks so much. Cops Gone Wild Police Dash Cam. 18 minutes of this. Wow, Cops Gone Wild. Okay. Well, that'll be interesting tonight. People want to see that. Yeah. That'd be a good waste of time, too.
Alright, here's your information back right here, okay? Like I said earlier, you're doing 71 back there on a 55, okay? You're going to receive a citation for that today. The state of New Mexico is going to offer you two options. Your first option is you can pay the penalty assessment misdemeanor fine, which is going to be $126, or you can choose to go to Taos Magistrate Court. What do you want to do? Okay, you have to. No, you have to make a decision whether right now you want to pay the penalty.
Well, this is bound to get interesting eventually. Okay. Justin Bieber, sorry, Donald Trump parody. Okay.
African Americans love me.
Our next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
Let's build a wall and pretend that this all is just honesty.
Stop political correctness.
Donald Trump is so blunt and playing out right with all of his big.
Well, I know we want to have this guy monetize this show, so I'm going to pull out of there and play that after our recorded broadcast. Thank you. We play videos all the way to 2 in the morning here on the Pacific Coast. So our show is about a 10-hour show. Starts at 5 p.m. and ends at 2 a.m. That's actually a 9-hour show. You thought Justin Bieber was swept away by a rogue wave, or yeah, I don't know. Howard Helms says, David, do your Kissinger. Oh, okay. Okay, this is Alex Jones talking to Henry Kissinger.
I'm glad I got you on the phone, Henry. We were trying to establish if you are, in fact, the kingpin of the Bilderberg Group, and if you have any connections to Venetian royalty.
Clearly, Alex, that you are merely a worm that we control through sheer opposition you have created, the controlled opposition of the New World Order. It's really a New World Order, Alex.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's a New World Order, and you are clearly the kingpin of the New World Order.
Alex, we will pull your money and all the money that your wife, the Jesuit order, have controlled. We will not allow you to continue to deface the work we are doing to reduce the population.
Well, that's exactly the point. I mean, reducing the population, but is that a good thing?
No, you won't. I won't ban you. I'm going to mute you if you say the N-word. You have no idea what you're dealing with. A clown? Thank you. I am absolutely pitch perfect. I have over 1,000 voices under my belt. Nothing you can say is clown-like about me. I'm a highly tuned instrument. I never look for cheap sex in the deep web. Anybody impersonating me on the web, I don't do anything but this show. Anybody else is impersonating me. I don't sext. I don't go on the internet. I don't go to Chatterbait and watch myself. Am I on Chatterbait, by the way? No, I can't do Kissinger singing Justin Bieber's greatest hits, but that would be pretty funny. I'll work on that. Well, thank you, Officer Mo. I appreciate it. Well, Henry Kissinger is thanking you, too, through my voice box. No, I never dated Ivanka, but I can tell you she is a very beautiful woman. Jared Kushner, sorry, is a very lucky guy. Kissinger's pretty easy. Yes, this is correct, yeah. Wood Chip Boy can do Kissinger, too. All right. Well, this has been great fun. I hope you've wasted your time as much as I have. We're going to continue to waste our time. I don't do Trump. Yeah. I'm afraid I can't do Trump. I'm not that greedy. I'm still I have to close my nostrils to know him. Something about the sniffling issue that he has some nostril blockage, and I have open nostrils because I'm not, dealing with the endless snorting problem that he had during the debates. It was kind of weird, when we saw all these snorting activities, we pieced it all together and we said, wow, this guy's got a respiratory disorder. Yeah. Some people made other comments, like Howard Dean said it sounded like a cocaine addiction. Carrie Fisher said that it sounded like possibly he was a cocaine addict, and we all know what happened to Carrie Fisher, right? Dead.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes. How do you heal the divide?
We don't know what killed her, too.
How specifically are you going to tell American manufacturers that you have to come back?
So he had something dribbling down his nose. We don't know if it's a deviated septum or what. You are hereby removed from the show. 589. You have violated chat rules. No, I can't do a Cenk Uygur impersonation, but thank you so much for offering that. Who the hell is Cenk Uygur? I'm not from Russia. I'm not working with the Russians. I don't have a personal relationship with Vladimir Putin. It does sound like heavy breathing from a porno, but how would you know that unless you saw a porno? Are you a porno farmer? Are you one of those people that farm pornos on the internet? There are people that, you could almost say they could be porn farmers the way they operate. How many people of you actually pay for your porn? Press 1 if you actually pay for porn. Nobody's going to prosecute you here. See, nobody pays for porn. 2. You actually do? Really? You didn't realize it was free? You're wasting your money! How is the porn industry making any money? Not many people have. You spent $1,000 on porn this past year? Did you tell your wife? You rented one back in the 90s. Well, we're getting ready for a big war against North Korea, don't you know, 972? You bet. But in the meantime, I'm taking my mind off of everything going on because I just decided to become a porn farmer. I farm my porn now. Who needs to worry about the military buildup? He's a porno farmer. We're going to be doing a little Sloopy in a little bit now. Have a good night, too. You too, Howard Helms. Appreciate the time. It's always good to speak with someone who's a VIP. I in no way believe that Sloopy is objectifying women. She is a beautiful woman. She's clothed, very modest. Even Muslims would find that very appropriate for Sloopy to be playing. No, that's nasty. I would never watch erotic movies. But look if you really believe that the porn industry is making money somehow, and yet nobody in our show is actually paying them except one person, then you're probably one of those people that...
Social media platforms have been flooded with conspiracy theories after the US TV network C-SPAN was suddenly interrupted.
I just don't understand how they're making money. That's what gets me. I know that for a fact the Ashkenazis are behind the porn industry, the free porn industry. I just don't know where they're making their money. Strange. Okay, here's that story from RT, Russian propaganda. What's next for Mr. Putin?
By a broadcast of this very channel for a total of 10 minutes. Here's what that looked like.
With a bill that would basically take our cop on the block, the SEC, and literally obliterate.
Yeah, Maxine Waters says, while I'm on the floor of the House talking about Trump and Russia, I get interfered with and interrupted by Russia. It's strange. How did C-SPAN get an RT feed to go in there? Well, that's because Russia has been buying Trump space on the internet, apparently. Well, yes, Sloopy is doing a futility dance. The woman's in her late 70s now. She's a very beautiful woman, still, to this day. I don't look exhausted. What are you talking about? How can you say such things? You've been banned. I look great. I've never looked better. But does Trump really have a relationship with Putin? I mean, that's the big question. And the other question is, how come Trump forgot who he bombed? When he was asked about the 59 Tomahawks, he forgot. He thought he bombed Iraq. Watch this.
What happens, as I said, we've just launched 59 missiles heading to Iraq.
Well, you headed to Syria.
Yes, heading towards Syria.
Yes, heading towards Syria. Good point. Okay, I'm going to have to pull out of that until later. That gave you a little fix there. It's #1 in Italy because of Dave's show. Yeah, good point. I'll be giving you more of a Sloopy later, but right now I wanted to, show you what she looks like now. And time has been very kind to her. She's a very beautiful woman. I love the fact that she can still move, too. She can groove. And as an 80-year-old, I never had sex with her. Never. Well, I'm not a big connoisseur of porn. I was kidding about being a porno farmer, okay? Let that go on the record. Snoopy. Oh, Sloopy. Apparently I've lost track of her. And she's gone somehow. Let's see. Details. File. Access file. Taking time. You have a new picture of her? Okay, let's take a look. Sloopy, where are you? There she is, Sloopy now. That's the woman that you just saw. I think she's looking good, yeah. That's not her, dude. No. Look at this. Very slender, you know. She's almost as slender as Ivanka Trump now. That's not her, dude. No. I disagree. She's much more shapely and looks really good for her age. Whatever. Whatever. You would. Hey, look, I dated an 87-year-old woman when I was 17. A friend of mine went on a group date with this 87-year-old woman. Yeah. She was hot. She really was. It wasn't like we were going to date her as in relationship-wise. We weren't going to have the nasty. But we just thought she was really interesting to talk to. And we took her out to a pizza place and we had dinner. No, I'm serious. She was amazing. Whatever. The first experience with an older woman I had was I was 17 and I was like 15. Thank you. And I was in this play in which I was forced to be an actor, even though I was the stage manager. It was a Tennessee Williams play, Streetcar Named Desire. And I stage managed this entire 6-week production at a community playhouse in California. And they said, we need you to be the poster, actually the newspaper boy in the scene. So I was like 15 years old, and I was the newspaper boy in the scene I walked out on the stage and I met Blanche Dubois, who was the lead actress in this Tennessee Williams movie film play. Thank you, Streetcar Named Desire. And I was forced to kiss a 47-year-old woman playing Blanche Dubois. That was pretty weird. It was right around the time Harold and Maude actually predates Harold and Maude. And frankly, I don't think I can even describe what it feels like to have, a woman French kiss you who's 47 years old and you're 15. So I felt that was kind of like child abuse. But no, we didn't go beyond a kiss. But it was really weird when she slipped me the tongue. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Why do you keep saying thank you? I don't know. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe it's like Tourette's syndrome. Thank you. Thank you. That'd be kind of weird, wouldn't it? Thank you. I'll pray for you too. It felt like I was being violated on stage every single night. Plus, I was doing the stage managing, and I can't tell you how difficult that is, and to have to go on stage and get French kissed by a 47-year-old woman. I should have called the police. You're right. Yeah, well, it's bound to screw you up, when you have your first kiss experience with a woman other than your mother, and I never French kissed my mother, trust me. But it was just too weird. It was like, she could have just gone like that. Hey, thanks, Tiny Marsh. Yeah, we're at Third Party if you want to join us, but we are, our follower count has remained the same for 6 years. So I'm being heavily censored on Twitter, and I'm being heavily censored on YouTube. Our subscriber numbers and our follower numbers on both those networks have remained the same for 6 years. Well, I don't like to brag, but yeah, I was notorious. It does suck. Yeah, in a country that claims to be free and democratic, I'm living proof of that not being true. I have never abused the elderly, ever. How dare you? You have been banned. What do you got, a memory stick for a pen drive with a hammer on it for $22? For $1.99? I'm not really sure what that is. What the hell is that? They're selling guns? Or USB flash drives that are shaped like guns? I'm a little confused. Okay. All right. So this website on eBay is selling flash drives that look like small military operation. Yeah, so you can actually get an AK-47 flash drive for the gun collector in your house. You remind me of your cat. That's pretty sick. The best cock to fill in cracks is liquid nail. But don't get the toxic kind, get the non-toxic kind. It'll last forever. The toxic stuff is nasty. You don't want to use toxic liquid nail, trust me. I can't tell you how many times I've had that peeling off my hands saying, oh, I got to fix this, and then you touch it and it's on forever. You got to get some serious mineral spirits to get that one off. But yeah, liquid nail makes your best insulator overall, I think. No, I'm not a member of the NRA or the LGBTQ, RSD, TWS, ISD, or A community. No. Well, if you really want to get something clear, I would go with, well, there's a lot of epoxies out there. I'm not accusing anybody of blocking me here in the house. Everything's fine. So what's in the snooze? Because this is like the most boring week ever. Ever since Donald Trump started World War III, everyone's going, yeah, what is there in the news? Like, nothing can beat that. What the world needs now. I have a song that I listened to today that is really beautiful. I'd love to sing it for all of you, but I'll play it at the end of our show. It's called Never My Love in the 1960s. It's really beautiful. I do look like George Clooney, really? I don't think so. My father knew Rosemary Clooney, his mother. Yeah. Very interesting, yeah. I see somewhat a resemblance, sure. Why not? Never my love. Yeah, I don't think this tax code thing is even legal. I don't think he can even do it. Here's a screen cap of me in the car today at the pre-show. There you go. That was me. I scrambled down to the local coffee shop just to get a signal because my internet was out prior to the show. Very good. Thank you, Mad Dog. Now, Trump, who was against NAFTA, is now telling normal foreign leaders that NAFTA can stay for now. So everything Trump said is reversed on every single issue now. Trump tells foreign leaders that NAFTA can stay for now. He's such an idiot. I know. No, I never had a panic attack in my life. Sarah hosts it anytime she wants. She can come in anytime. Yeah, Trump administration is talking tough on North Korea, too. He's created another hornet's nest there. And officials are saying, what are you really doing? Lawmakers want details. Trump and his national security advisors briefed congressional lawmakers Wednesday on what a senior aide called the very grave threat posed by North Korea, but they have offered few details about the administration's strategy to pressure North Korea into a negotiation. So you're wondering, okay, so this is another thing that is not true. So apparently everything he knows about Syria is false. There was no gas attack in Idlib. Ivanka was the one that urged him to drop 59 new Tomahawks. There was a backlash of 140 Afghan soldiers killed because of that Moab that took out 100 Taliban last week, the mother of all bombs. That was not even mentioned in the news, that the Afghan troops were killed, and it was obviously retaliation. And then on top of that, he didn't even know where the Tomahawks went. I just showed you a video showing that he thought they went to Iraq. On top of that, we've got him starting a war in North Korea he can't verify, and he still can't contribute any real solid evidence that Obama wiretapped him. So I think we've got one of these cases of time to get somebody here come the men in the white jackets. Yeah. And he flipped again on NAFTA. I mean, come on, people. You Trump-tards, you got to do better than you're doing. I'm not off the rails. I'm delivering a solid punch where it needs to be delivered. This guy has been Johnny come not even there. I was going to say Johnny come lately, but he's Johnny come not even there. You can't handle it when I speak the truth. You can't handle the truth. That's why you're coming back trying to attack my show. It's so funny. Whenever I nail these points, you guys come back. Oh, you're gay. Or, you eat expired food. Oh. Johnny came early. Yeah, Johnny come lately. All right, so there we have it, everybody. We've dealt with almost every single issue up until the extended show, which starts at 9 o'clock. Yeah, I'm just delivering solid hits to every troll tonight. They're scrambling for they can't grow buttholes around themselves fast enough to crap all over themselves. I'm going to troll the trolls. I'm not wearing a wig. Yeah, exactly. Strong line of storms. Yep. Yeah, folks are realizing that ISIS is a creation. That's how they keep us in constant fear, yeah. I've been incorrect on every single point I've made. What do you mean, waiting for the point I'm correct on? You just disagree with me. This was going to be a show on Blog Talk Radio tonight. Thanks, Sarah. And instead, we got knocked off Blog Talk Radio. They've made new rules under my feet. Nobody else got any contact, by the way.
Oh. I know
Newcon, welcome. If you see this, purchased hybrid capitalism and have followed you since early last year. Thanks for what you do, David. Newcon OVCPLP, thank you so much. People have been downloading the copy, a 99-cent copy of hybrid capitalism. We offer some really beautiful, oh yeah, I have a birthday in April, thank you. We offer some really beautiful new concepts where we cut through the BS and just deliver what we need to do. Sarah and I came up with this great concept to help our economy called hybrid capitalism. And it really will happen eventually. Most of the things in the book will come to pass. It's just a question of when.
Yeah, there's only 1 or 2 reviews on Amazon. They're not the nicest.
Well, these were people, one of the reviews is a person I actually know, which is insane. And he actually expects me to call him or talk to him. What time is your my segment on that? That'll be coming up later. Okay, so Sarah is here, and we will give you the female perspective tonight. Thank you.
Actually, I'm a little late, 792.
That's okay. No, I just needed a little break.
528.
All right, thank you for...
Proposals on energy were interesting, as and is one of your platforms that won me over.
Good. Yeah, we have a very open plan on energy. We want 0-point energy. We want lower cost electricity. We think that the possibilities are enormous, that we could actually generate low cost electricity, and this has been kept from us. And it doesn't have to come from nuclear. There's a lot of great potential. The Thrive movement talks about 0-point energy. But we definitely want to make sure that the oil companies aren't running the show. And I'm in favor of a Department of Energy takeover of oil as one of the areas of control. Oil is a commodity right now, and it's really a resource, so it should be seen and overseen by the Department of Energy. And I actually believe that we should have a fuel tax, a national fuel tax, and get rid of all the state fuel taxes. I think that would be a good move. We would pay the states back per capita out of the national fuel tax.
I don't think I have any gold on. You know what? It's ironic. It's green. So it's like shimmering through because of the green screen. I know, my hair is a little frizzy tonight. It's all good. So, I'm going to do a little bit more trivia. If you want to play Spin the Bottle, that would be fun. Haha. Oh, okay. Thanks, 579. Okay. Who were a king and queen of England who ruled jointly after the Glorious Revolution of 1688 had expelled one of them, the father of one of them? They were Protestants, and the father was a Roman Catholic. Since the time of this couple, the ruler of England has always upheld Protestantism in England. 759 is correct. William and Mary. I wasn't really a bum. I was never a bum. I always had a family in the house, and I always took care of myself. All right. You're welcome, 759. Thank you for getting it correct. All right. Who was an English nobleman of the 20th century who ruled Britain starting in 1936? He gave up the throne after less than a year to marry an American divorcee, Mrs. Wallace Warfield Simpson. Close. 759. Edward the Eighth. Also referred to as oh, I wonder if I should be using Facebook Live, but it's got such a bad rap now. Because British law did not permit a divorced woman to become queen, so he gave up the throne. In a famous speech to the British people announcing his abdication, he said that he could not carry on as king without the help and support of the woman I love. Correct. Duke of Windsor. Good job, Rex. It is world history since 1550. Thanks, Mr. Raleigh. All right, world history. All right, what was a war fought from 1914 to 1918 between the Allies, notably Britain, France, Russia, and Italy, which entered in 1915, and the Central Powers, Germany, Austria-Hungary, correct 759. And Monkey Times, World War I. And the Central Powers were Germany, Austria-Hungary, Bulgaria, and the Ottoman Empire. The war was sparked by the assassination in 1914 of the heir to the throne of Austria. Prolonged stalemates, trench warfare, and immense casualties on both sides marked the fighting. The United States sought to remain neutral, but was outraged by the sinking of the Lusitania by a German submarine in 1915, and by Germany's decision in 1916 to start unrestricted submarine warfare. In 1917, the United States entered the war on the side of the Allies and helped to tip the balance in their favor. In full retreat on its western front, Germany asked for an armistice or truce, which was granted on November 11th, 1918, which is always why Veterans Day is on November 11th. By the terms of the Treaty of Versailles signed in 1919, Germany had to make extensive concessions to the Allies and pay large penalties. The government leaders of World War I included Georges Clemenceau of France, David Lloyd George of Britain, Kaiser Wilhelm of Germany, and Woodrow Wilson of the United States. World War I was known as the Great War or the World War until World War II broke out. Oh, interesting Trump rhetoric. Okay. Closer to cloning sheep. German discontent over the terms of the Treaty of Versailles and over the Weimar Republic that had accepted its provisions led to the rise of the Nazis and Adolf Hitler, who pursued warlike policies not adequately opposed by the rest of Europe. Thus, barely 20 years after World War I was over, World War II began. A huge number of books, songs, and poems have been written about World War I. See All Quiet on the Western Front, A Farewell to Arms, and In Flanders Field. Over There was among the popular songs produced in the United States during the war. American foot soldiers in World War I were popularly called doughboys. November 11th, the day the fighting ended, is observed in the United States as Veterans Day. And World War II is the next clue, which is an answer, the next answer. You said it was a more successful sequel. A war fought from when was World War II fought, between which 2 years? $39 to $45 is correct. Good job, 759 and 198. And Monkey Times, 1939 to 1945. Between the Axis powers, Germany, Italy, and Japan, and the Allies, France, Britain, Soviet Union, and the United States. The war began when the Germans, governed by the Nazi Party, invaded Poland in September 1939. Germany then conquered France using blitzkrieg tactics and forced a desperate British withdrawal at Dunkirk. The Germans tried to wear down the British by heavy bombing. But the British withstood the attacks. The Soviet Union signed a treaty with Adolf Hitler, but entered the war on the side of the Allies after Germany invaded Russia. What year did Germany invade Russia?
I'm going to take this back. This food.
Okay.
Made in Thailand.
Oh, okay. Is this the one you don't like, Misanthropy? Oh no, that's... Oh, they're creating an artificial womb. Oh, that is interesting. I didn't realize how intense that was, Misanthropy. Thank you.
Yeah, why take chances? You know, she's been on Friskies all these years.
Yeah. It's pretty amazing how spacious the Mini Cooper is. I went for a ride with a friend of mine who has a Mini Cooper, and it has like 4 seats, and I have to say it's pretty darn efficient. So, I think it's British. I guess it takes a lot. I guess I have really thick skin. Okay, German, but a lot of people that are British are... How much does one cost, Rex? I don't know how much a Mini Cooper costs. Oh, it's made by BMW? Lots. The small smart car is more spacious than it looks from the outside? Yeah. That's pretty interesting. Okay. I'm going to go back to reading about World War II. Thank you, 258. The Soviet Union side... Okay, so the Soviet Union invaded Russia Germany invaded Russia in 1941. The United States was drawn into the war in 1941 when the Japanese suddenly attacked the American naval base at Pearl Harbor. Japan made extensive conquests in East Asia, but was checked by American victories at the Battle of Midway Islands and elsewhere. What do you fit in if you're 6'8"? I mean, there's not a whole lot of vehicles that have the right kind of headroom. What do you drive? I'm just curious. Because I'd love to find out what has great headroom. I was going to say, maybe it is a truck. There wasn't a question in that. Maybe a Honda Element? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe 776. I don't know what you're saying, Mad Dog. The German invasion of Russia was halted at what battle? Oh, I bet that is awesome, Hydroglow. Oh, you're right, 759. Stalingrad. Allied forces took much of Italy in 1943, which forced its surrender. Beginning with the invasion of this in 1944, the Allied liberated France from German occupation and pressed on in Europe. Oh, you think I'd look good with gray hair? I don't think I'm that young, though. She's like, 16 or something. The grammatically correct one would be I've seen, because it's short for I have seen. It should not be I seen. I might have said I seen. If I did, I was wrong. Yeah, see, you should say I saw or I've seen. Short for I have seen. Seen requires a helper verb, like have. Thank you, Misanthropy. You've seen Sarah's book. I saw the picture about gray, but I think I would look way older than like that. I think gray looks good on that young girl, but she must be like 18 or something, where I would probably end up looking like an old lady. And you need an apostrophe when you use I've. I'm going to look up.
Yeah, I'm excited about the new computer. It's going to be great. I can't wait. I think we'll clear off this section over here for the Linux workstation.
Okay.
That whole XSS section could be open. I'll put it together. Your voice. Unfortunately, they don't want everybody speaking out.
Thank you, 614.
Someone said, why do you say thank you so much? So I started saying thank you incessantly. Some people use gray dye in their hair on TV if you look close. Really? We're not sure. No date in particular. Apparently the timeline is, sketchy. Soon. Well, hello. Did you enjoy your dinner of licking the soy product with the beef gravy? I found beef gravy. There's an actual gravy thing that they have for cats, but they don't have any beef gravy. They just have tuna gravy and salmon gravy. My code is not sequenced. The tie is actually a green screen. It's a green screen effect. Let me see if I can change it a little bit. It's a little better, but the water is iridescent now. Yeah, so let's talk about the coming swamp. Well, Trump rhetoric, the whole concept is to vote in a new party. It's always been the only answer to the problem, the political stalemate that we have, where we keep getting the same people do the same things and simply working for money in government. That's the problem. It's corruption, plain and simple. And it's been corruption ever since. So in every government around the world, this is common. So we have to get a new party in order to get the corruption out. And then this party has to be held accountable, and we have to have bylaws to prevent that corruption. Well, even if we outlaw parties, then we have just individuals, and then they too could be corrupt. So it's not just the parties, the individuals can be corrupt. So all of it is related to the cycle of money and power and privilege and all the things that people pay back people. This whole concept of payback or pay for play like the Clintons do, or they get money from people and then they do things for people and make them happen, like the Haitian thing. That's got to stop. The pay for play is really bad. Miss Clairol, Double Ash Light, no, I actually got some sun. I've been doing a lot of mowing. We had a little sun here, and being outside helps the hair get lighter. The whole system is corrupted. The dollar has failed. They're just able to keep it alive. Well, there's a lot of momentum behind the dollar. And we still are the number one purchasing nation. We have the greatest consumption rate of any other nation. So there's something to be said about that. That's good. But we generate more waste than all the other nations individually. We're only 5 or 6% of the world's population, but we use over a quarter of the world's resources here in America. But it also says a lot for our dollar. So we have a very buoyant dollar. Hey, Jeff. Jeff's here. Hey, Jeff, we got kicked off of Blog Talk Radio. Sorry to say. Yeah. They put a limit on our show, and they didn't tell anybody else on Blog Talk Radio about this limit. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, they didn't kick us off, but they put a limiter on our show so we can't broadcast freely. And there's no way in hell I'm going to give them $39 a month. Sorry. I'm not going with a pro program on Blog Talk Radio because of their behavior. I can't in any way justify that. But they put a barrier in front of us and nobody else got an email. Did you get an email about this new rule? It just came in my face. I tried to get in the show tonight and they locked me out. We have over 100 whatever shows in our belt, and they claim there's a 100-hour limit on how many things we can have in storage. So, yeah, it is unfortunate, and I'm not about to worry about that because we have another Blog Talk Radio venue that I may open up, and then if that doesn't work, we'll go through another couple of ways to get into Blog Talk Radio. We're just looking for the free 30 minutes. That's all it's going to take. So we may still do the show. It just. Yeah, Jeff. Well, we don't have full payment from advertising venues. We don't have your access. I don't want to erase the archives to anything. Period. This is a new rule they just put in place today. So I think they did it in honor of me personally.
That's what it's all about, is you.
It's all about me, and even a person can't get up to go to the bathroom. They like our show so much. Fresh Cable he's having a problem because he feels like he has to go to the bathroom and he doesn't want to break away from the show. Well, we'll see. I mean, I'm going to open up some other accounts. I've got a few other accounts at Blog Talk Radio. Well, I can just add it up to 30 hours of recorded broadcast and then open up another one, I suppose. Unless they do like Twitch did and ban my entire IP. But we already have a couple of other venues on Blog Talk Radio. I can just start broadcasting over there. But I've got to upload my radio stuff. I've got 3 audio clips I worked on that are good. I'm not going to pay them because the whole purpose of this, because we don't get donations ever hardly, we are running on the free backbone of the internet. I'm not going to break that rule. I mean, this is almost a commitment to budgeting, which I've been on a budget commitment for my entire life, and I'm going to make major cuts. Now, this week, Sarah and I got a letter from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and in it they said I've been randomly chosen to conduct a study called the National Survey on Drug Use and Health. And the study asks questions about the use or non-use of alcohol, tobacco, or other substances. And they talk about mental health and other health-related topics relevant to all people. They've been doing this since 1971, and the guy who came out here and tried to ask me questions, and I refused, because this is absurd. And I told him, I mean, we're wasting tons of money. How do you expect to cut the budget by going around surveying people? Well, if it ain't random, then I'm not concerned. All I can tell you is if it's a random survey and they're claiming it's random and it's not, then they're really screwed up. Because that's illegal. And they could be charged with a crime. Transform your face into something like AI in the tap of a button. Mind-blowing effects. Huh. So this is kind of cool. It's an app for your Android. You can change your look. You're a dude, you want to be a woman? There you have it. I'm just thinking of the applicability that would have. I mean, you want to make a glamour shot for people online to meet you or something?
What will he look like in 50 years? Will he still like what he looks like?
Yeah.
Women would use it as a dating thing.
That's interesting, yeah. That would be cool. You're right. That's so true. It's a great dating tool. Men
would
too.
use it
But
with women, like, would I really want her in 50 years? Or maybe not that long, just 10.
yeah, stop posting smutty stuff. Yeah, don't post smutty stuff. Thank you, Sarah. By the way, there's something on the stove if you want it. It's shrimp vegetable medley.
All right, thank you. Sure.
Yeah, and turn it off when you're done. I have my trying to minimize our food intake so we can get ready for the apocalypse. That way we can... A Sloopy aging app, yeah. Check to see how you'll look as Sloopy is 30 years later. I don't know, it just seems like it's Trump this, Trump that, Trump this, Trump that. The news is redundant now. It's no longer relevant. And it's always about Trump starting a war here. Is Trump starting a war there? Is Trump doing this? Trump. And it's because the Democrats and the Republicans in the Congress and the investigation hasn't come to a head and they can't seem to get an indictment here. This guy needs to get removed from office. He's wasting tons of money beyond any other president in the history of presidents. Way beyond. And on top of that, he's destabilizing world politics and turning our country into the bad guy. Mod pools, shipping containers, swimming pools. Ooh, neat idea. Here's a mod pool idea. I can't wait. Fade to white. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to get out there with a acetylene torch and you can seal up the gasket on one end, yeah, you're good to go. Yeah. Some of you guys are good with acetylene torches, I imagine. I guess many of you are, heck, 26,000. You can buy one of those shipping containers for $2,000 and have that sawed down and cut and reposted. You can even spray it with gunite for $1,200 maybe. 3,000-4,000 you could do that. Yeah. Do I need to find out if this is a gay song? I don't know. Is this really relevant? Oh yeah. Michael Murphy, Wildfire. And they were singing Wildfire. Okay, that's a good song. I like that. I gotta get the song. It's Never My Love. Never My Love. It's The Association, 1967. I'll play that tonight for you too. Yeah, it's really good. I like the wording in it. It really has a lot. Means a lot, you know. I'll play that for you. What happened to you today is nothing new. All these internet cable companies are competing for what is called data capping. Yeah, well, they can go stick it up there, data capper, I think the consumer is going to say no to these scumbags. The day will come. Well, I guess I'm a hippie. Really? It was written by Paul McCartney? Are you serious? No. I just find that hard to believe. Well, let's be clear. Scientists have created an artificial womb. See, no child has been born out of the womb in the history of wombs. Yeah, even test tube babies. All right, so we have a couple of test tube babies in here right now, I'll bet. Yeah, statistically, there are a few test tube babies that have been gestated in a host mother. Hi, mommy. And the egg and the sperm had no connection to the host mother. But you still feel like it's mommy. The womb. Yes, the womb. You don't like the word womb? Are you a misogynist or something? Are you suffering from vagina envy like Donald Trump? Too bad. You need to wake up to the beauty of femininity. I've got some songs I can play for you. I've been trying to get a lot of you homos more akin to the beauty of women. And I'm allowed to talk to you about that as long as you're not living in New Jersey and California. If so, please stop listening. Now, if you want to find the beauty of women, there's no better way than to listen to the song I created. Here it is.
But you give me all I need to be satisfied. 'Cause of you, I will try to keep my appetite for free life.
I have a collection of these things on my drive, I think, somewhere. Never My Love was written by the American siblings Donald and Richard Audrey. It was not written by the Beatles. Yes, I'm singing very, very high tune now. I've managed to get a really never. Yeah, we'll play that later. Yeah, I'll play the F song. Yeah. We're gonna play Wildfire because it turned you gay. Really? And they were singing Wildfire. Okay, well. Things are really not happening here, are they? Yeah, it's like the day the music died with the song by Don McLean. They were singing Bye Bye Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing, this'll be the day that I die. Yeah, I remember the good old days. Yeah, we're trying to bring back little good old days tonight here on the show. Some of you like just the sound of silence. That's another good one. This is something I'm working a backbeat up to. Yeah. It's a backbeat I'm working on, which is I'm going to make that the sounds of the police state, and we'll get a little backbeat going there for that. Won't that be great? Yeah, you notice how you lost a few IQ points there? Well, I couldn't believe that this company's been getting like $50 million to do this survey. And our healthcare system is literally, right now, it's blowing out. The cost of healthcare has skyrocketed so much that the country's virtually bankrupt in that department. Healthcare costs have risen 40% under Obamacare. It didn't reduce anything. It just was another opportunity to jack up prices. Whenever you change healthcare, everybody wants to get in on the act, and now people are offering expensive services when they didn't have to. It is for profit, and that's the problem. It's become for profit, and that's wherein the problems lies. That's why we want to see mobile medical units deployed throughout the United States, providing low-cost services to people who are in need, especially people who don't have any money. Well, let's be frank. You know, you're going to get service, but you're not going to get private health care for that price, and we're paying private health care rates for people that don't have any money. Well, thank you for assessing my IQ. It doesn't really matter. Rapid response units like this one I'm suggesting could be a mobile medical unit, guaranteeing supplies to, inside you'd find electronic equipment that would do blood chemistry tests. The back end of this unit could be a marijuana dispensary. You could dispense medical marijuana to people, a way to finance it. Anybody who doesn't have any money would pay a copay of, say, $30. And if you have no money at all, you could sign an affidavit saying you have no money at all, and we'd run that against your tax registry every time you come back. But hey, yeah, all of this is doable, and it can cut the costs significantly by as much as 50%. And that's a small estimate. That is definitely a small estimate. So if you want to come by the back of the truck there, we'll provide you a medical marijuana option. Come one, come all. And there'll be a Pillomatic on board. You'll be able to get any pill you need. Generic medicine will be provided. We'll have basic healthcare alternatives for people who have no money at all. Yeah. You'll also get a printout of your diet plan right off of the central electronic chemical blood chemistry test done on your blood. It'll be a blood prick exam that you do in a system that's self-sterilized. Right after each use, it burns the surface so it gets rid of all contaminants. All this could run on a solar energy panel system. We could additionally have a seating area outside with a tent. Now, there's going to be 200 units in the country that could provide this type of service. And the tent could extend out here, for instance. I'll draw you a picture. Have like a dome tent on it. And you could have seating areas, for people in this section. And everyone could sit and watch an LED TV, like a 60-inch LED TV, telling you great recipes, for instance, like my cooking shows could play on there. All very low cost. Now, this is not to replace the private healthcare system. It runs in tandem. And the best part about this whole idea is, I know you're mentally retarded and you don't understand what I'm talking about. It's okay. We're going to use this at the VA systems, which is desperately in need of help. We'll deploy the whole operation at the mobile medical VA. And at the same time, we'll be improving the quality of the Veterans Administration buildings themselves. Everybody involved will be paying attention to your every need. We're going to try to eliminate staph infections on every single floor by doing a complete and absolute cleanliness of the sterilization of the ducts in every single building would be one thing we're going to do. Sterilizing the air ducts, preventing things like Legionnaires' disease from forming. The Veterans Administrations are atrocious right now. We need to do a radical change. And if we start there, then we expand out with this new quality of healthcare that will be a lower cost than anything you're getting today. And this is going to force the private healthcare system to improve themselves, because right now they're pretty bad. You're not tentally mentarded? Okay, good. You're suffering dyslexia. I got it. You're suffering from dyslexia when you're not tentally mentarded. You cannot sell organs on credit in the United States. Yes, the medical marijuana unit will be available. And I might want to remind all of you that this will be available 24/7. There'll be a staff on staff 24. I mean, if we're going to have a security guard there, we might as well have a couple people there, armed guards as well. So nobody's going to take down the unit. And there won't be that much medical marijuana on board to be worth stealing anyway. Probably no more than an ounce at any given time. I mean, you're not going to sell that much. I don't think you can buy it with EBT right now. No. Maybe in Colorado you can. Yeah, and you know, the packaging, everything is all being developed. There's all kinds of new businesses forming with marijuana. Yeah, it is my real hair. You see, you can feel me pulling it at the follicle, see how it's connected. I'm pulling very hard. Hey, I just got back from surfing, dude, you know. Surfing USA. No, I was really pulling. Nice suit, thank you. Well, this is a jacket I use on my road trips. It's like a nice cut to it, you know. I'm not going to shave anything. You're asking me to shave my head? What are you, freak? Who the hell would take their beautiful locks down? You are a freak, aren't you? Don't you wish your chat host was a freak like me? Don't you? Yes, I do travel. I traveled in the Dave Mobile. Mother of pearl. Earlier today, we titillized your senses by having an F-17 or an F-22 fly over your head. F-15. The Blue Angels are F-15s, I believe. That's typically a day in the life of David. That's my daily life. I do not trust the Echo augmented reality computer system. I'm sorry. I don't want something with 9 microphones listening to my daily life and not knowing whether it's on or off. I mean, you can only imagine you're in the bedroom and you're getting hot and heavy with your wife or your lover. They're unveiling the Echo Look. A voice-controlled camera designed for the fashion-forward. Right. The sleek device listens for your command, quickly takes photos and videos. And quickly, of the outfit you're wearing, it'll even use AI to judge your outfit. That's just so weird. I can only imagine it repeating back to you. Yes, try something new. Perhaps you could take off your blue jeans and your panties and bend over. I mean, seriously, that's so weird. I don't trust so many things and interfering with our personal life. It gets even weirder. I have that stupid Echo device. It sucks. Eric, get rid of it, man. Put a box over it. It's listening to you, even when it's off. And if you're a person who has the Kinect Xbox program, yeah, read the fine print. They're able to record you in your native environment, and that's their property. Ted Williams always had a great head. I don't know if it's frozen or not, but I like it when your computer talks to you and then you take your pills. I don't have any stand-up comedians that I like. They're all dead. Yeah. Lenny Bruce. He's the only guy I found funny. And I've got all his sound recordings on disc. I actually like funny humor, movie humor. I like comedies. I really like what Jim Carrey does. I think Jim Carrey's hilarious. I don't think Seinfeld was funny at all. I think in his newest role as a depressed guy, he's really funny. He took a bearded selfie of himself. I think he was on a little too much Prozac and lithium that day. But his beard and everything kind of changes his whole persona. Yeah, that was kind of weird. I just had a picture of Jim Carrey that Perez Hilton's site wasn't popping up, and then all of a sudden it popped up. Here we go. There's something very telling about this guy's look now. I don't know what to make of it. He's nearly unrecognizable. Just returned to civilization, yeah. He looks like he was at an ashram experiencing higher thinking and knowledge, having done some serious peyote. I mean, look at how his eyes are dilated. Now, I'm not saying he does drugs or anything, don't get me wrong. But I mean, don't you see like a new Jim Carrey, you know? People say I should grow a beard like he has there. I'd look really kind of weird. I'm a little depressed. I hope no one really minds, but I didn't shave any of my facial hair in the past 6 months. I've been living in my my attic eating popcorn. I don't know, just something about him doesn't seem right. He lost his girlfriend. She committed suicide, you know.
Ask me if there'll come a time when I grow tired of you.
Never my love, never my love, never my love. I will never grow tired of you. It's a song about men who constantly find their wives and the girlfriends attractive. Yeah, it's great stuff. What do you mean that wasn't Jim Carrey? You mean they're faking Jim Carrey now? They've got a fake guy out there? No, I've not considered Steve Brule for anything right now. What about Steve Gruel? Or Steve Porridge or Slop? Sounds gay. I would like to sing that too. My tweets earned 1,091 impressions over the last 24 hours. That's good to know. That means people really are watching me. I'm going to tell Sarah the tweets alone are a good indicator that we're getting huge views. Thanks everyone for tweeting, or at least impressing. I know, it's on fire. It's amazing. And with the same number of followers all these years. And to this day, it's amazing. I know. It's a BS line to remove panties. Oh, so you're saying this guy is putting on the dog, pretending to be nice to this woman, so that she'll reveal her unadulterated side. I don't have a Tinder game. Is that rice real though? There's a story about fake rice out there from China. It's made out of plastic and starch. Yeah. One thing you need to do is whenever you get sushi, take a few of the grains and put it in a glass. And if it sinks to the bottom, if it's uncooked, and say, well, I guess you can't cook, you can't use that test when it's cooked. But if it's uncooked and rice drops to the bottom, it's good. If it floats, it's plastic. Yeah, plastic rice to increase profits. They're feeding us plastic. I'm not kidding. 2 million tweets in Japan last hour. No kidding. Wow. I don't have Tinder on my burner phone, should I? To know you grew to over 1 billion watch you nightly is astonishing. It is astonishing, considering Sarah doesn't believe it. I believe it, but I know. And I have a huge viewership around the world because I'm such an animated and interesting guy. And I'd give you a better view of the news, but there was more news other than Trump starting a war here, Trump starting a war there, here a war, everywhere a war, and no real traction on the investigation into Russia. I mean, why is our government sitting on their toes or on their hands? They're sitting on their toes. Our show was on for a few seconds in Times Square. That's pretty amazing. Well, hello, New York. It's my mother's old stomping ground. She grew up there. My mother spent most of her youth in New York City, during the most exciting time of all, World War II, and prior. I've driven through New York. I was through New York just 5 days prior to the 9/11 attack. We happened to be driving through, and it was a weird, ghost-like feeling. I was telling Sarah at the time that everyone looked like they were in a fishbowl. And then 5 days later, bam, World Trade Center attack occurred. I was born in my body. That's where I was born. It is the greatest episodic show on the internet because we love it, and we do this as free content. I don't charge for this. I'm worried more about getting the message out there worldwide than I am about personal gain. That's a huge fact that makes me much more ideal for the job of the president. What we've got now is a guy who's greedy, who's in debt to $2.4 billion, and he claims he has money, but he's living very on the edge. And he's got a team of people, yes men, that just do his busy work every day. And he's really on vacation most of the time. So, I mean, we really don't have an active president. We got a guy who wants to start wars instead of fix problems. It's crazy. Thank you. You had a porta potty on the big screen? Okay. Well, and you're right. The shadow government doesn't really need a stinking president. Trump is a CEO, and he's simply a puppet. So if we really do build a third party, we're bound to shake them to their roots, these shadow government people that you're talking about. Because they will no longer know how to manipulate the political scene. I won't take their calls. If they want to bribe me, I'm going to be doing circumnavigating every single problem with better solutions. I'm going to try to find ways around these stick-in-the-muds that are sitting there in Congress right now. And I'm not going to worry too much about them implementing my plan because my plan will be implemented through the U.S. executive branch. We've honed a bunch of ideas that will happen. The mobile medical units will happen with the executive application at the VA. So I have the authority as Commander-in-Chief to implement this at the VA right away. We don't have to waste any time going through revamping Obamacare. With Obamacare, it will be null and void when I finish the prosecution of Barack Obama and Michelle, or AKA Michael Obama, Michael Robinson Obama. We will have her and him, both of them, will have prosecuted. We'll then move on Clinton, and I'm not done here because Clinton is seemingly on an endless death plan to get rid of anybody who gets near the investigation. I'm not kidding. So we got a lot of things that we're going to have to work on to get that right. But the Clintons, it seems, have about 117 people to answer for. And we're going to have the FBI talk to Bill and Hillary about them, every one of them, because they create, individually they may not have enough evidence to convict, but in totality they have more than enough circumstantial evidence to convict. And the evidence is that these people have gotten rid of people that were going to testify against them, like James McDougal, who had a heart attack just 1 or 2 hours before testifying on the Whitewater case. Really weird stuff. The Oklahoma City bombing, do you know that occurred? The epicenter of the Oklahoma City bombing, at the very core of the building, were the records for the Whitewater case, Clinton's Whitewater case, that Ken Starr worked on, spent $60 million putting together. So there's a lot of weird things about the Clintons that we have to investigate. But once we get rid of the history there, and we move on, we clear the slate, Trump is probably going to serve a couple sentences for doing what he did, violating the Logan Act. So he better get ready to, get a nice cush cell in upstate Schenectady has a nice place for him. Upstate New York has a place for Trump. Dumpster fish, shrimp, wow. I'm serious. This guy's accepted bribes by the Secretary of Education. It's out in the open. Everybody knows that she paid him $9.5 million to become Secretary of Education. That's classic bribery. That's no different than Rod Blagojevich offering the U.S. Senate seat to whoever for a fee when Obama left it. No different. And Blagojevich is still in jail over this whole subject. Dumpster shrimp is coming up in 4 minutes. We can't wait to find this dumpster shrimp recipe. Tomorrow is going to be a enchilada dish at 5 p.m. And I'll be making a sausage enchilada, turkey sausage enchilada dish with organic corn tortillas and tomatoes and refried beans from Y2K. I'm trying to figure out a way to use my Y2K beans, so I'm going to use about a third of a container there. It's a big container I've got. And it'll be a meal made, I normally don't do this, but we're going to try to make this in the microwave. It's a recipe I got in 1975. It won't all be in the microwave. We're going to do some prep work with onions, and you'll see it tomorrow at 5 o'clock. 17-year-old beans, yeah. It'll be great. Fantastic. Y2K, the last can of Y2K beans. Well, I know, but I'm going to use the microwave only because this particular meal really makes it better. Microwaves have been proven to cause irregularities in your heartbeat, so don't stand next to it. But as far as cooking is concerned, any heat destroys vitamins, whether it's microwave heat or stove heat, so don't kid yourself. There's no lasting radiation from microwaves, but they do change your heart rhythm. So don't stand next to the microwave and look into it. I want to make it easy for everybody because I want to make food, it's not only cheap, but easy. So we're looking at $4 for 8 servings. I found a good deal on sausages. You can replace them with hot dogs. This was actually a hot dog recipe from the 1970s, microwave hot dog recipe that I've used before. Heat of any kind changes vitamins. No question about it. Microwaves are definitely, going to alter the vitamin structure of the food. Well, you don't have to get the turkey hot dogs or the turkey sausages that I got, but normally these are a couple, like $2, $3, these sausages. I got them for 99 cents. I'll show you the package tomorrow. Hey, this has been great. Thank you for coming in and participating in the show. We're going to kick off the show with a little bit of the audio, tantalizing audio clips of if, and a couple others. And then we'll get into the video segment of our show. Thanks for coming in. And let's see what we've got here. Oh, yeah. It's about a guy who just recently got $400,000 speaking in front of a large group of bankers at Goldman Sachs. That's right. Your former president, Barack Obama, is still on the gravy train of corporate bucks, just like he was during the presidency. He never was going to implement change. He was all full of it. And he never really could come up with a solid answer to America's problems, so he was stammering toward the end there. And it typifies that stammering. All right, everyone, good night. Take care.
If we fall for, a bunch of bing, bing, bong, 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 bong.
befriend. She's a basket case.
Donald Trump.
Oh, boy.